السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد قليل من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting shortly. نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متاحة طيلة فترة هذه الفعالية. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that simultaneous interpretation from Arabic into English and from English into Arabic is available throughout this event. Please make use of these simultaneous interpretation headsets provided by our hosts at the entrance of this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting shortly. Please note that simultaneous interpretation from Arabic into English and from English into Arabic is available throughout this event. Please make use of the simultaneous interpretation headsets provided by our hosts at the entrance of this hall. في حال الإخلاء الطارئ لا قدر الله نأمل منكم مغادرة القاعة من خلال أحد مخارج الطوارئ التي يعلوها لافتات مضاءة باللون الأخضر. In the case of emergency evacuation, God forbid, please evacuate the premises through one of the emergency evacuation gates which have signs that are illuminated in green. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode throughout the event. نأمل منكم وضع هواتفكم على الوضع الصامت طيلة فترة هذه الفعالية. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished attendees. It is my great honor to welcome you to TechXpand, Beyond Boundaries. I am Osama Al-Ansari, and it's my pleasure to host you today. Today, we stand at the forefront of innovation and progress as TechXpand showcases the best in technology. This premier event is a gathering of the brightest minds in technology, including leaders, innovators, investors, and visionaries from across the globe. We are set to witness groundbreaking initiatives, celebrate achievements with awards, engage with compelling startup pitches, and be enlightened by thought-provoking leadership sessions. Together, let's embark on this journey to redefine the technological landscape, not just in Saudi Arabia, but also across the globe. Thank you for being part of this transformative experience. Let's explore the limitless possibilities that lie ahead at TechXpand beyond boundaries. This is how it starts. A vision, a plan, an idea. Please direct your attention to the screen.
This is how it starts. A vision. A plan. An idea to change. A hope fueled by our dreams. To evolve, to grow. A plan to challenge. To dare, to persevere, to stop at nothing. A vision, trying, failing, trying again, succeeding to heights unseen. This is how it comes together, how it shapes and moves. The vision of a nation. A vision realized by its people. This is how it comes to life, from Saudi to the world.
For the Beyond Boundaries opening statement, please welcome to the stage Mohammed Al-Bay'an, Deputy Minister for Technology, MCIT.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the TechXpand event. Today, we will celebrate successes of the sector. We will also announce initiatives and programs that are new, and we will also recognize the outperformers in our sector. The private and public sector have been working hand in hand to increase the value of the tech sector with a 13% CAGR 5 years in a row. So that's a great achievement, and we look forward to continuing this collaboration and further increasing these numbers. Let me take you through the three main themes of the event today. So TechXpand, first of all, goes with Beyond Borders, and then goes into Beyond Imagination, as well as Beyond Expectations. Starting with Beyond Borders, the kingdom has become a main part of the fabric of the general national digital economy, global digital economy. A testament to this is the 16.5 billion Saudi riyals investments attracted by the kingdom for cloud only. Another important milestone that we have reached, and I am proud to announce it today, is that Saudi Arabia is now #1 in VC investment in the MENA region. Again, this could not have happened without the collaboration of the VCs and the private sector and their great performance. The value that we have reached as of today is 350 billion, with expected news in the coming 2 weeks that will even grow this further, so stay tuned. Another element of the borders is the Beyond Borders is the export. And this has also been growing exponentially over the past few years, reaching 23%. Moving on to Beyond Imagination, technology shapes the future. And for this reason, we have created a 600 million riyal fund to stimulate the growth of AI technology. 15 companies have already graduated in the first cohort, which we celebrated last month, and more in the upcoming months. 400 million riyals have been raised by 43 deep tech companies, with another 150 million on top raised for investments in R&D commercialization. Moving on to beyond expectations, the job market here in Saudi in ICT has been again growing steadily and exponentially. We have reached an unprecedented number of 354,000 jobs in the sector. Thank you. And I'm glad to announce that 35% of these jobs are held by women. These numbers, ladies and gentlemen, are surpassing Silicon Valley and G20 averages. Lastly, we have a 31% ICT local content, which is creating great economic value for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have an engaging program for you. We have 6 initiatives that will be launched, 4 award ceremonies, 4 accelerator graduations, 30 speakers. That's a typo, sorry about that. So we have 30 distinguished speakers joining us on stage today and 100 companies exhibiting next door. Thank you all for coming, and I wish you a memorable TechXpand. Thank you.
For the Beyond Borders launch, please welcome Raif Asiri, General Manager of Market Development and Local Content, MCIT.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today is a special day as we celebrate a special breed, the trailblazers, the torch bearers, the trend setters, those with the desire to win, those that are destined to lead, those who are not satisfied with just good enough, those who care about the welfare of everybody around them, including their competition, as they inherently understand that without them, there is no race to win, and without them, there is less motive to get better. Those who possess the spirit of champions. With those, we choose to partner. By those, we believe the future is created. From those, we expect nothing but supreme excellence. And for those, we ought to do everything we can to enable their growth as they enable ours. As we gather here today and celebrate an ever-expanding movement on behalf of MCIT and NTDB, I have the privilege and honor to announce the Technology Champions Program. In a multifaceted, ever-growing, and interestingly complex sector such as tech, the emergence of champions is eminent and prominent. The ones that create, innovate, risk, leap, try, fail, and try again. The ones that build, develop, grow, expand, excel, triumph, and do it again. With a wider vision, with a clearer mission, with a stronger heart, and with a sharper mind. For those, the program announces 200 million riyal support package with up to 10 million riyal per company that is expected to generate north of ₦1 billion in GDP contribution, and more than 1,500 direct and indirect jobs. But this is only phase one, with much greater surprises to come in future phases. The program support structure spans across 6 key themes and pillars. Those are to enable the growth of the companies and for them to compete regionally and globally. And those are international expansion, corporate ventures, M&A, enterprise maturity, RDI, and talent development. Each one of those themes and pillars is directly linked to a national level objective. And this is where we crystallize and materialize the strong relationship and partnership between the private and the public sector. The program promises to support the creation, development, and acceleration of technology champions across 28 strategic technology domains and digitally enabled sectors. To name a few: AI, IoT, robotics, climate tech, clean tech, agri-tech, and others. For any Saudi-based company with a revenue reaching or exceeding 100 million riyals by 2025, we invite you to stay tuned with more information on the program on NTDB's website. Thank you very much.
For the Beyond Imagination launch, please welcome Al-Anud Al-Abdelwahid, General Manager of Technology Adoption, MCIT.
Hello, good morning everyone, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We're really excited to have you today with us during our exciting launch. During the past months, we've collaborated with different deep tech companies and we've worked with different ecosystem players. We've partnered with different entities such as Kaust, Ridia, The Garage, Community Jameel, and many other entities to shape out a vision. A vision that focuses on becoming the technology disruptors, a vision that focuses on developing new solutions, a mission that focuses on going beyond imagination. A mission that focuses on 4 main pillars, which are increasing clearer energies, where energy solutions are the future, where we focused on zero carbon technology. A mission that focuses on driving universal health through connected and personalized healthcare journey for all. A mission that focuses on creating and developing sustainable food systems to provide food security and to ensure health, nutrition for all. A mission that focuses on developing resilient cities where buildings are smart and buildings are sustainable. And of course, lastly, with all these pillars, our main mission would be how to develop advanced technologies and computing technologies to uplift the power to create the next generation of technology wave. Our mission focuses on, first of all, driving and upskilling the talents. We're also working on growing the deep tech companies and growing the ecosystem. We're also focusing on increasing investments in deep technologies. And we're going to also work on increasing and building the infrastructure and R&D to support deep tech companies. And finally, we're going to make sure that we set the right policies and regulations to make sure that these companies can innovate and expand in the kingdom. All of this to unleash a potential impact of more than 400 deep tech startups by 2030 and more than 100 unique solutions by 2030, with a potential impact of more than 3 billion Saudi riyals by 2030, unleashing as well more than 500 job creation. If you're interested to join the community, you can apply through that link, and we'd be happy to collaborate as one team and an ecosystem. Gladly, and finally, today we'd like to announce with you phase 1 of this mission with our beloved partners. Today we're announcing the support of more than 165 deep tech companies that will be supported within the coming 2 years. Thank you so much.
First announcement. TechXpand المها البليهي.
شكرا جزيلا.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited today to announce TechXpand. TechXpand is mainly designed to support the deep tech companies' growth, increase the deep tech investments, and balance the deep tech supply and demand. This will be done by conducting a series of bonding activities, such as pitch nights, networking, and matchmaking sessions. It's going to cover the deep tech areas, resilient cities, cleaner energies, universal health, and last but not least, food sustainability. With TechXpand, we're targeting to support more than 40 deep tech companies with more than 20 potential customers, along with more than 60 investors and one-to-one meetings. For more details on TechXpand, please join our deep tech community. Thank you so much.
Second announcement. Ignition Semiconductor Incubator Faisal Hamid.
السلام عليكم صباح الخير. Introducing Ignition. It's our deep tech incubation program in semiconductors, chips, and circuits. It's a very unique niche area in which it's powered by the National Lab, CAX, and also by our crown jewel, and also our run by the Garage, which is the national, which is our crown jewel. It's also the national innovation district that we have. It's very unique to the point that we have several programs, one of which is you need to have a very specialized training by leveraging the state-of-the-art, the clean room that we have. It's $100 million investment in CAX, as well as all the researchers and as all the scientific that's going to help you in this program. If you're interested, reach out to us, and we would like to join you soon.
Third announcement. Deep Tech Competition. محمد عبد الغفار.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, Your Excellency and dear guests. This is Mohammed Abdul Ghaffar from Community Jameel al-Saudiya. And we're happy today, actually. Community Jameel is a philanthropy that focuses on empowering the member of society through their different 6 pillars. One of it is the entrepreneur advancement, technological advancing as well, women empowerment, and more. And today, we're happy to announce our new initiative for 2024, which is the Deep Tech Competition, focuses on 3 different sectors, which is the energy, health, environmental as well. We're targeting one of the targets audience for project is from 5 to 7 TRLs. Also, we're targeting an open application for international and local, where we can have talent mapping, knowledge transfer, and localizing advanced technology as well. It will be in 3 different stages. First stage, we'll be happy to select 100 applications, then we filtering through 30 applications that go through the intensive boot camp, and then we announce the 3 winners through our partners, and we have a different post-competition activities happening. Thank you very much for listening, and the QRL is active for you who are interested in registering, partnering as well. Thank you very much.
For the 4th announcement, Deep Tech Incubator, Omar al-Shab'an.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. As you know, the Garage is a global startup campus here in Riyadh on the space of 28,000 square meters, which makes it one of the largest startup campuses in the world. It is the largest deep tech incubator and accelerator in the region. The proximity and adjacency to the national labs in CACS makes it a very unique startup campus in the sense that any startup that joins the Garage can access these national labs in order to innovate. And today we are happy to announce a flagship initiative from the Garage, which is a deep tech focused incubator that is going to run for a full year in 2 cohorts, aiming to graduate 25 global deep tech startups, inshallah. These startups are going to have access to investors, to the labs, to grants. They're going to have access also to, obviously, market opportunities and mentorship program. The QR code is active. Please join us. Thank you.
For the 5th announcement, Sidra and Brief Accelerator, Abdullah al-Anadil.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. I am delighted today to announce our first acceleration program is Sidra Accelerator. It's our flagship program that will focus on environment technologies, climate tech, circular economy, and deep technology. This program will be held in Riyadh for about 6 weeks, London 1 week, then San Francisco, Silicon Valley for 5 weeks. And one of these weeks will be in Stanford University. The second program will be Reef Accelerator. It's also a flagship program that will focus on agriculture. So we will have different verticals plus the deep tech. We are delighted that we have a really distinguished and great partners that will support us in this journey. Thank you for MCIT for having us today, and I'm confident that within Expo 2030 we will be leading the future. Thank you very much.
To commemorate the launch of these initiatives, we invite all announcers to the middle of the stage for a group photo. For the Beyond Expectations launch, please welcome Abdullah Shamrani, General Manager of Center of Digital Entrepreneurship, MCIT.
Ladies and gentlemen, innovators and entrepreneurs, hold on to your seats, because today we are not just saying words. We're telling a story of innovations and ambitious dreams becoming reality. Let me take you on a journey of an incredible achievement of code. Code is a center of digital entrepreneurship that help and support entrepreneurs in very early stages and equip them with the right tools and skills for them to innovate, to have a better future in the future. Over the past few years, we haven't simply built, but we have ignited a revolution within digital innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. We have created 100 programs and services to serve our entrepreneurs across the kingdom. And we have planted seed of innovation within 7 labs around the kingdom to support our entrepreneurs. We facilitated 40 plus pre-seed and seed investment rounds that are worth hundreds of million riyals. And we're able to create 2,000 jobs and more than 2,000 jobs directly. And all of that, we have empowered more than 13,000 beneficiaries, people like you who want to build innovative ideas and a bright future for all humanity. But this is just the beginning, and we're not slowing down. We're accelerating beyond expectations. In the first quarter of 2024, we're launching 5 initiatives to support more and more entrepreneurs. First up, let me introduce you to Riyadh Techstar Accelerator Cohort 3 and 4, where 24 startups across all digital sectors receive the guidance, support for them to transform their ideas and visions into a thriving businesses. And previously, in Riyadh Techstar Accelerators Cohort 1 and 2, we were able to help and support 24 startups who generated more than 37 and raised more than 37 million riyals within only 9 months after graduation. What a success. Next up, let me introduce you to the adventure of Tech Champion 4. At this edition of Tech Champion, we're focusing into 2 dynamic industries, digital media and fintech. We are not just supporting 60 new startups, but also we're adding them to an already existing ecosystem of 138 startups and tech champions that they're transforming the industry that they serve. It's going to be a game changer. And speaking of games, we have doubled the number of gaming studios in the kingdom just through this program, and we're aiming to triple the number of gaming studios just next year. So let me introduce you to Game Founders Program Cohort 2, where we'll be able to form and help forming the formation of 15 new gaming studios next year, inshallah. Our 4th initiative, called CodeGate. CodeGate is a soft landing program designed for international startups, where we help them and pave the way and path for them to succeed here in the kingdom through 5 incentives and services. Finally, we have launched Tech Founders Program to support 200 founders and entrepreneurs through our global destination in Silicon Valley. And we're aiming, inshallah, to add more global destinations and more to come in the near futures. This won't be true without the support of our partners. As we stand here today in the land of visionaries, dreamers, and entrepreneurs, let us welcome the challenges, difficulties, and failures, and transform them and think of it as an opportunity for us to think, grow beyond borders. Thank you.
For the accelerated growth celebration, Please welcome Abdullah Al-Hagbani, Vice President of Strategy and Business Support, National Technology Development Program.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, innovators, and visionaries. Today, I'm proud and honored to be here with you representing the National Technology Development Program in Saudi Arabia, a program that's dedicated to developing our tech ecosystem, driving sustainable growth, and positioning the kingdom as the global center for investment and innovation in the tech sector. At NTDB, with our partners, we have developed more than 13 products to support tech startups from ideation up to unicorn and everything in between. And today, I'd like to highlight 3 of these products: Connect, Next Era, and Bridge. These initiatives embody the theme of this amazing event today, to help tech companies go beyond expectations, beyond imagination, and beyond borders. First, let's start with Connect. Connect targets the lifeblood of global economy, micro, small, and medium enterprises. According to the World Bank, micro and small and medium enterprises represent 90% of the global business, and they contribute up to 40% to the national GDP in emerging economies, and they account for more than 50% of the global employment workforce. So by empowering these companies, Connect plays a crucial role in stimulating growth in the economy and also stimulating growth in the job creation. Connect, with a pool of 160 million riyals of support, we try to synergize the digital supply that comes from these small and medium enterprises with the digital demand that comes from large corporations, whether in public or private sector. We provide for each company a grant of 740,000 riyals to cover the cost of their proof of concepts. It's not just a financial support, we try to create a match between these 3 things to create something amazing. As of now, we are proud of our 18 beneficiaries in the first cohort, 18 small companies connected with 18 large enterprises to create amazing solutions. To highlight one success, we have one of the beneficiaries, which is Gameit Company. It's a company that specializes in gamification of experiences. And now we successfully created a beautiful collaboration between them and Microsoft as a large private sector player, and the Ministry of Education, actually, as a large government player, to try to gamify the education experience in the schools. And now it's in the proof of concept stage, and hopefully this will bloom into a strategic and long-term relationship to innovate in the education sector. And of course, we couldn't have done this without our partners, MCIT, Local Content Authority, CST, and DGA. Moving on to Next Era. This is where we push the boundaries of what's possible in technology. Focusing on deep and emerging technologies, Next Era offers a grant of up to 3 million riyals, turning cutting-edge research into market-ready products. It's not a coincidence that the top 4 countries in terms of GDP are exactly the top 4 countries in terms of R&D spending, in the exact same order: US, China, Japan, and Germany. With global spending in research reaching trillions of dollars, Next Era's focus on turning research into market-ready products is a strategic move to put the kingdom on the path of becoming an innovation-based economy that focuses on intellectual property, creativity, knowledge, and prioritize these things over physical assets. Today, we are happy to announce our first cohort of companies and R&D projects going through covering many actually sectors, technology sectors, including AI, space tech, computer vision, quantum communications, and so on. One amazing example is actually the project with Fathom Technologies, the quantum communication. As you know, quantum computing is getting closer and closer to being ready to the market. And if you know, quantum computers will be actually a million times faster than classical computing that are based on the transistors, that the ones that we have today. And this actually poses a great risk in terms of encryption of the data, because all of the encryption methodologies that we have today, they're all based on mathematical equations that are difficult to this computer to solve. However, quantum computing will be able to solve these problems within seconds. So this actually makes all of our current encryption methodologies potential risk of decryption easily when the quantum computing is ready. So Fathom is working on a technology and communication technology actually that encrypts and decrypts this data that we transfer every day in a quantum-ready principle, which will make it impossible for, or not impossible, but hard for quantum computing to decrypt easily. Of course, I'd like to thank our partners in this initiative, MCIT, KAUST, KAXT, and RIDIA. Last but not least, Bridge. Bridge is a program that supports high-growth tech companies going beyond our geographical borders. We provide up to 5 million riyal of grants to cover the legal studies, market studies, M&A studies, and to ensure that these companies have a soft takeoff from Saudi Arabia and a soft landing in their new target markets. Our first cohort of 13 companies, they are targeting more than 20 new markets to be exploited, hopefully. One successful case study actually is ACES, which is a company that was part of the first cohort of Next Era. They had a product for 6G and open network communications. They developed it using our Next Era grant, and now it's a market-ready product. And then they use our Bridge support to expand this into international market. We'd like to thank again our partners in this initiative, MCIT and Export Authority. This is just a glimpse of these products, and we have 10 more products to provide. And we are happy to announce that the registration is also open for the next cohort for these products. So I invite you all, if you are interested, to please visit our website, submit your interest, and also please visit our amazing team in the exhibition area to have one-on-one conversation with them to understand more about these products. Thank you.
Technology is transforming societies, empowering industries, and driving economic development. Through Adoptech initiative, we focus on driving sectors' maturity, fostering innovation, and growing the local technology players through 2 tracks: digital enablement tools adoption, emerging technology adoption, to unleash tangible impact, contributing to higher productivity, market growth, better quality, and beyond. Our journey has reached over 156 beneficiaries, fostering skills development for more than 380 employees and providing consultations and guidance to over 3,400 beneficiaries. Now, let's explore the real impact.
شركة هيلتك هي أول مصنع سعودي مختص بصناعة الأطراف الصناعية حسب احتياج المريض.
شركة نمذجة هي شركة تقدم حلول تصنيعية مبتكرة باستخدام تقنيات الطباعة ثلاثية الأبعاد. في مشروع الركبان نقدر ننتج قطع بدقة أعلى وبسرعة إنتاجية أعلى.
شركة جسمال أوتوميشن هي شركة سعودية متخصصة بتطوير وصناعة مكائن الأتمتة لقطاع الأعمال. في مشروعنا مع شركة زاجل أتمتت العملية اللي كانت تأخذ حدود 6 دقائق لكل شحنة صارت تأخذ أقل من 4 ثواني لكل شحنة.
آيراما تعتبر أول شركة سعودية توطن التقنيات الميكانيكية للزراعة الحضرية مدعومة بإنترنت الأشياء والذكاء الصناعي. كان هناك أثر عظيم في عدة أوجه، الوجه الأول تثبيت الأسعار، الثاني توفير المنتجات، الثالث توطين الصناعة وتوطين الوظيفة.
Technology igniting innovation, embracing a brighter future.
We want to commemorate this moment by inviting the technology success partners and adoption beneficiaries to the stage for a group photo. Please remain on stage for another group photo, please. Thank you. We announce phase 2 registration that would target more than 500 beneficiaries. To register, please scan the QR code on the screen. For the Deep-Rooted Supply celebration, please welcome on stage Mohammed Al-Mutlaq, Director of Local Content, MCIT.
Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in today's world, upon examining any sector, one might notice a similar story being told. It's a story of supply and demand. In the previous segment, we witnessed foresighted demand, a demand that relies on a deep-rooted supply. A deep-rooted, diverse supply is essential to the success and sustainability of a thriving economy. It provides many benefits, reducing imports, resilience to absorb shocks, national security enhancement, local value capture and retention. Over the past 4 years, MCIT and its partners in the ICT sector have worked on measuring local content, a steady growth year over year, with a CAGR of 4%. We are pleased to announce that the expected results for measurement in 2023 are 32% local content and plus 38 billion foreign direct investment. This could not be possible without the partnership of our valued ICT sector. As a token of appreciation, I'd like to introduce the Tech Excellence Awards, recognized in six main categories: capability building, localization, research, development, and innovation, exports, local content development, and best overall. Thank you.
We'd like to invite His Excellency Haytham Al-Ouhali, Vice Minister, MCIT, to the stage to hand out the awards to the top performing companies. Best in Capabilities Building, Arabic Computer Systems. Best in Localization, Nokia. Best in Research, Development, and Innovation, Hasib. Best in Exports, Nasij. Best in Local Content Development, Ilm. Best Overall, STC. We invite all the winners for a group photo. Now for the Trusted Market celebration. Thank you, Your Excellency, for remaining on stage. We also invite Mr. Mohammed Al-Khshail, Chairman of National ICT Committee, the Federation of Saudi Chambers. Since the launch of Vision 2030 in 2016, MCIT, CST, and Tadawul, in partnership with the private sector, launched many initiatives. From 0 listed IT companies in 2016, today we are proudly celebrating the great achievement of listing 18 IT companies with a market cap of more than 108 billion Saudi riyals. We welcome the representatives of the following companies to the stage. Arab Sea Information Systems. Al-Muammar Information Systems. Solutions by STC. Al-Hasoob. Jahiz. ICTech. Ilm. Saudi Azm. Nasij. Saudi Networkers Services. Sure Global Tech. 2P. Idarat Group. Al-Qimam. Knowledge Net. TAM. Mirna. And Wajah. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a 10 minutes break. Please be here after 10 minutes for the keynote titled Transforming the Energy of the Future by Tariq Amin, Chief Executive Officer, Aramco Digital. You can join us at the exhibition outdoor during this break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting shortly. حضورنا الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join us at the front seats, please. نأمل منكم التوجه والجلوس على المقاعد الأمامية فضلاً لا أمراً. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join us at the front seats, please. نأمل منكم الجلوس في المقاعد الأمامية. شكرا لكم. Ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote, Transforming the Energy of the Future, please welcome Tariq Amin, Chief Executive Officer, Aramco Digital.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tariq Amin. I am the CEO of Saudi Arabia new digital platform company, Aramco Digital. Before I give you an overview about Aramco Digital vision, dream, aspiration, and what we want to do in the kingdom, allow me just to take a brief moment just to introduce myself to you and my journey that brought me to this great place. So I would say I've been always an explorer. I always wanted to go into the maybe biggest, toughest, more challenging projects across the world. I remember from my early days, I wanted to really drive innovation in terms of digital platform adoptions, not just to look at local, but look global. I started my journey in the United States working for great companies like Intel, T-Mobile, AT&T, and I thought I knew a lot about technology. And little did I know, and until I moved to India, I discovered the value of what digital platforms could do to societies. I've taken a great opportunity to take a connectivity project to build superhighways in India, working for a new startups at that time called Reliance Industry, where they have incubated a connectivity company called Jio. The ambition was massive. Can you connect 1.3 billion people across this world? Can you bring digital platforms to every inch of the country? Can farmers and places in the far rural areas of India take advantage of these new platforms? The end result was remarkable. To see in front of my eye the digital transformation of what is the impact of these platforms on a country. India went from 154th in the world to #1 in digital consumption of data. And then the country as a whole had a massive transformation in every facet, every aspect of its fabric of society. And that was a really great opportunity for me to look and explore what else, what can be done. I had at that time many thoughts and ideas about taking what we learned in India and take it to Japan. I spent 5 years with a company called Rakuten. This is an e-commerce, think of it as an AWS for Japan, where we build a technology that really haven't existed before. We took telecom complex infrastructure and we built software to digitize every facet and aspect of how you build and deploy telecom networks. For some of you that knows this, the heart and the foundation of this was a technology that my team in Japan invented and created called Open RAN, and now being deployed across the world. During this learning experiences, I will tell you, my biggest discovery is as human, we need to be adventurous, thinking of tomorrow in a very big, ambitious way. And then I got, another big call about coming to Saudi Arabia. And in the early days, I had some misperception about this country. I came in here and I was in shock. I was in shock of what is happening here. The opportunity that exists in this country, the knowledge base, the youth, and the amount of innovation that is being driven to the digital sector. And I certainly said this is an opportunity I personally cannot miss. So this is what I started the discussion with Aramco when we start to think about digital. So one of the thoughts and ideas is you look at the value chain and the migration of industries. So in early 2005, it is no doubt that this industry was very dominated by what I would call a legacy company that really participated in creating a massive economy at that time. And here we are in 2023, in which data and AI continue to dominate. And I believe when you look at 2030, the world, no doubt about it, will be driven by data and AI, and the valuation of companies that really embraces this digital platform will no doubt continue to increase. So from Aramco point of view, this is a key pillar of transformation that the company has to go through. I think Aramco Digital is a key opportunity to create a true hyperscaler for the region, to build a company that is really very much focused on the pillars of digital transformation. And today I will give you an overview about our ambition, our dream in Aramco. So the future digital economy is changing a lot. We know the number of connected devices, not just us and the earth, but anything and everything is connected. And it will continue to increase. Devices will be connected, and aside from us as human beings always being connected, it's really important to know that digitization and the foundation of digitization really revolves around the basic principle of connectivity. I think in the last 2 years, we all have been mesmerized what AI has become. And the opportunity for us to coexist with AI and define a new world in which a human and a machine could coexist and create opportunities for us to evolve. But the market size and the total addressable market for AI industry is massive, and it will continue to increase as we discover better ways to improve productivity. But beyond productivity, I think AI ultimate opportunity is about autonomous system and a full autonomous operation. I think this is really the vision that we looked at in 2030. And I looked at just some of the inspiration coming from the kingdom itself and what it's doing by 2030. There's a huge alignment with what's happening in the world and also the vision that's being drove into the kingdom from investment in digital sector, investment into AI, and data and AI specialists as far as training and creation of local talent. This is really what we saw as the trend of tomorrow, the trend of the future. Digital platforms is the heart of what these societies will be powered on top of it, as well as businesses and enterprises. So what is our role as Aramco? First of all, Aramco as a company, you think about it, is one of the world's largest company by revenue today. It's a great company, and I will tell you, many of you that might not know about this. When you think of Aramco, maybe if you had not had the opportunity to see and witness what Aramco is within this country, I will tell you, I was utterly surprised of what I saw when I first visited Aramco. I was surprised to see how digitized this company is. The amount of machine learning and AI logic that's already being driven into its operation, whether it is for new material science discovery or whether it is for identification for where to precisely drill to extract oil and gas, I would argue that it is one of the most digitized but not necessarily well known about its capability from a digital platform. So Aramco Digital has a really big aspiration. Today, across the entire Middle East, if I say who is the hyperscaler that a company that originated, developed local template and become a hyperscaler in the Middle East, it unfortunately does not exist. And that's what Aramco wants to be. And hopefully, this is something that we will march toward. It is definitely today, from a starting point for us as a startup, I look at Aramco Digital to be the MENA technology leader. We want to be a technology infrastructure builder. When we talk about infrastructure, it encompasses many facets. And the infrastructure that we refer to, it will evolve around cloud and the compute infrastructure that is needed to power AI as well. And last but not least, there is no technology company in the world that could succeed without talent. And this is really, really important for us, is to continue to focus on nurturing the right talent, grow local resources, partnership with universities to build development capabilities in the country where innovation and local content development and the creation of talent would start from here. So this is a really main pillar for myself and my team, is around talent development. So if I tell you strategic goals and objectives when we review the ambition of Aramco Digital, we would like to look at Aramco not only looking at Saudi Arabia only as an opportunity, but to look at across the entire region to build the region industrial infrastructure, originate solutions and technology. I think we are successful if we're able to prove it, not only through partnership and collaboration with global companies, but we also could be successful if we develop local content, local engineering, local development in the country where we're able to build creative solution to address the industrial use cases and the digital use cases for enterprises. We will absolutely focus on incubation and partnerships with universities to build this local talent. And then you will find that Aramco Digital goals and objectives are very much aligned also with the Kingdom 2030 vision in Aramco. So this is by far, if I look at Aramco Digital, we are really in the heart of what we want to build is in the intersection of what we call the data value chain. So there are really two main pillars for this. One is Aramco Digital as a hyperscaler, and then Aramco Digital as a solution provider. If I look at the hyperscaler, well, why we want to enter this business? Look, it's massive revenue. And I'm not yet looking at the global market. When you look at local as in the kingdom, as well as into the region, the opportunity of the total addressable market in both the cloud and connectivity, AI, and the customer solution is a significant opportunity for Aramco. So this is something that you will see that the business structure in terms of our business unit within Aramco Digital are very much oriented around capturing this data value chain. So with that being said, I will give you a preview, and you will see a lot more, hopefully in LEAP, when we announce the products that are coming from these business units. But this is now the pillars of focus for Aramco Digital and the areas that we're going to be working towards, not only to partner, to invest, to acquire, and to build the capability in the kingdom to support a hyperscaler revenue type of company, not just only in Saudi Arabia, for the entire Middle East. So I will just briefly touch base onto these 6 pillars. Cloud. So I think the cloud in this kingdom and the country and the acceleration of cloud adoption is significant. I think many of you have seen in the last few weeks, there are some really significant announcements that we have done and the partnerships that we have done with GCP and Google itself that has already been done through a partnership with Aramco and a JV through a company called Context. Cloud is critical for digital transformation. It includes the compute and the GPUs and many other chipsets that will be needed for AI. Connectivity for industrial use cases, connecting anywhere, everywhere, whether it is terrestrial or non-terrestrial networks. We think this is extremely pivotal. I'm hopeful that in the next few weeks, some major news that Aramco Digital will publish about the localization of connectivity into the kingdom. Cybersecurity needs to be in the essence of anything and everything that we do. This needs to be really pivotal on how we drive solutions across all the digital platforms. And then data and AI. This is an area I would tell you, I can't imagine what is tomorrow going to look like if we don't really embrace an organizational structure that understands how to leverage AI in its DNA, regardless of whether you are in finance, engineering, operations, or any other function in an enterprise. AI is here to stay, and it is here to change the way we work and interact with systems across the entire facet of this data value chain. So we will invest heavily in creation of our own data platform, partner, and bring the right talent to focus on AI and the use cases that are going to be very specific to bringing autonomy into how we run and manage the business, whether it is in the energy field or across a larger segment. Now, the other parts that are also important, and you see it here, is the sustainability part. While it is true we are in the oil and gas, but Aramco has really some substantial investments that we are doing on sustainability. And the sustainability as a platform play is a huge opportunity to be able to really tackle the world's evolution towards a much more sustainable economy. It requires digital platforms that enable you to track from bottom to top all of the energy value chain and supply chain of anything you purchase, you consume, you deploy, you use. And that's something that you will see a significant amount of investment as well as the creation of a sustainability platform within Aramco Digital. And then last but not least, I think as we all embark into this journey of digitization, it is really important that we spend a lot of energy, what I classify as this customer solutions and services team. I consider this team is a pain point discoverers. Their job is really simple. Partner with enterprises and partner with customers to really clearly understand opportunities around improving and addressing the pain points that these customers might have via digital platforms and solutions. All of this is coming really nicely together. I feel, someone asked me how long you've been in Saudi Arabia. I've been here only 40 days. It feels to me I've been here much longer than that. I'm really excited to be part of this journey. I am thrilled to be in the kingdom. I've been traveling everywhere, and frankly speaking, I feel like I'm back home, and hopefully together we will embark on a new, brighter future in which digital platforms, AI, and data is part of this transformation journey. Thank you for your time. It was a privilege talking to all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel discussion now titled Deep Tech Enhancing the Future of Humanity. Our panelists are Dr. Ian Campbell, Vice President of Innovation, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, and Faisal Hamid, Vice President of Innovation Enablement, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and Rajesh Chatangran, Chief Technology Officer of Professional Services Unit, Autonomous. And our moderator is Ahmed Al-Ghazi, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, CAN. Please welcome our panelist and moderator to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for inviting me. My name is Ahmed Al-Ghazi. I'm the founder and CEO of CAN. I'm very honored to be here in the kingdom discussing deep tech with key players in the market. I cannot wait to introduce you to Dr. Ian Campbell, the VP of Innovation at KAUST, Faisal Hamid, the VP of Innovation Enablement at KAUST, and Rajesh Chitranjan, the VP of Innovation at Professional Services at Autonomous. Thank you for coming today. I would love to start by understanding a little bit from you, Dr. Ian. What are the focus areas that you are really excited about in deep tech, and what are the initiatives you have in KAUST?
I think there are many examples why deep tech is going to be important for the next 20 years. You can see from agri-tech to cloud-based computing, all of these initiatives require solutions that employ both data and technology in combination. And I think with deep tech, you're looking at solutions that are going to stand the test of time over multiple years. At KAUST, we recently launched our new strategy. His Royal Highness on August 11 stated that KAUST is going to focus on applied research across the 4 RDIA pillars. And I think that gives us an opportunity to look at how we can use technology and KAUST science in order to realize the vision of what does it mean for health and wellness, for sustainability, for energy, and for economies of the future. At KAUST, we combine data, this microphone's playing up, technology and data in order to make sure that we provide comprehensive solutions. So what we're going to do through the National Transformation Institute is combine technology, computing, and digital to provide solutions aligned to Vision 2030 across the 4 pillars. Examples of that would include taking a digital twin of the coral reefscape at Shush Island, using that to inform how we can restore the reefscape by deploying 2 million corals, and then using that as a test bed for sensors to understand the impact of that on the marine environment, and for us to understand more about how the coral reef will mature over time to hopefully create knowledge, jobs, and invite scientists to participate. And at the same time, create a digital experience where those, whether you're a diver or not, can actually experience what it's like to be on the reef and see the impact of our work.
That's very exciting. And what initiatives do you have inside KAUST that, like deep tech initiatives that you're excited about?
So we're very fortunate in KAUST to have a digital twin of the entire campus. And when you look at the fact we have road, sea, and air links, we have our own controlled airspace, and we have access to a community that's both residential and working, means that we have a test bed to deploy technologies. So we've been working with the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Transport to look at some of their priorities around the kingdom and see if we can use KAUST as a localized environment to test deep tech solutions in a safe and secure manner.
That's great. Faisal, what are the key focus areas in CAXT, and if you can share with us some initiatives, deep tech initiatives you're working on inside?
Sure. As CAX is the national lab, in the past 40 years, it has been focusing more on being the technical arm for the government and focusing on anything from military, DoD, space, and whatnot. But we are going and undergoing a huge transformation in the kingdom, chaired by His Royal Highness, who set the 4 priorities last year in research, development, and innovation, and also chairing the steering Supreme Committee overseeing RDI, as well as creating the RIDIA, which is the Research Development Innovation Authority that does the regulation and also funding and setting the ecosystem. At CAX, we are also transforming, aligning to these 4 national priorities, so health, environment, energy, and economies of the future. We have around 32 institutes that are within these focus areas. So anything from genome to nuclear to space, from deep sea to space, as we say, is our focus area. This is, you might say, it's still broad, but it's not the fintech, it's not the edutech, and other real estate areas that we focus on. In terms of initiatives, we have also the Garage, which is our crown jewel innovation hub. And since 1 year, we've launched around 250 startups across 50 countries, representing 50 countries. Lots of also, whether it's deep tech, as well as generative AI hackathons with space with NASA and others. We have also Maali Al-Mazrou here, and in the beginning of this week, we worked together on launching the 1,000 mile in logistics and in industry, in which we have filtering from 5,000 applicants down to 500 and helping them in the fourth industrial revolution and starting up their projects. So several, we're also trying to become the ecosystem enabler. So we have different plug and plays and antlers and others, and working with NTDP and other stakeholders just to encourage the ecosystem from a startup perspective. But also we welcome the big companies such as Cisco and IBM and others to come and they do their R&D in the region.
Great, Rajesh.
Thank you. Morning, great to be here. I come from Autonomous. Autonomous is a NEOM company. So NEOM's aspiration, in essence, is about redefining urban living. So our focus is primarily on building the future cities, the cognitive cities of the future. And that opens up a lot of interesting challenges across multiple verticals, industry verticals, domains that we need to focus on. So our primary premise is real time is too late. Essentially, that means that we're talking about creating technologies that can predict, that can be proactive for everybody who's living, visitors, citizens, residents who are coming in, and the technologies that creates the delight. That is our primary premise. Within that premise, we have multiple products that we have started incubating, training, testing it in NEOM, and then potentially taking out to the kingdom. We also have other areas that are primary focus, mostly around AI and cognitive technologies. We are focusing on robotics and a combination of how AI can essentially augment some of the robotic frames that we have seen in the past, how can augment it. There is a lot of interest in AI security, which is going to be a big one. We are not really looking at the adversity, the problems that we may anticipate, that we have to anticipate on AI technology, so we're focusing on that. And there are a few areas like decentralized identity, trust enablement, and those are the kind of areas that we typically focus on. We also have a venture studio. It's called Autonomous Venture Studio. It is the venture building, venture investing arm of Autonomous. We've been in the play for the last, I think, year and a half or so. We have about a few ventures that is in play. But we have a big target of doing about 15 to 20 different ventures in the next year or so. So there's a lot of focus on that space as well. Beyond all this, we work with, we have 14 different sectors in NEOM, all of them focusing on specific vertical. And we work with them on some of the technologies that furthers their aspiration as well.
That's fantastic. And Dr. Ian, what are the projects or the areas that you are most excited about? If there are any success stories, KAUST is one of the leading research institutes in the kingdom. If there are any new projects or areas that you're really excited about or success stories in deep tech that you want to highlight?
So I think KAUST has been built on deep tech aspirations. As we know, deep tech is not linear, and the adoption of deep tech is more challenging in some highly regulated sectors like healthcare, as opposed to some more digital applications. So what we're seeing in the forefront just now is a combination of sensors and digital technology. So there's White Helmet here today, there's Sadim here today. There are examples of early startups from our incubator that have matured through some of the programs that we seen highlighted earlier, such as Nextera, where the companies have grown from strength to strength and starting to raise both money and increase the talent capital. One of the things that I'm really excited about at KAUST is the launch of the KAUST Academy, which is enabling the training and development of AI within institutions such as the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Transport, where we're taking employees and giving them professional master's AI qualifications to broaden the talent base within the kingdom. So I think that's really exciting and an success of reaching out beyond our standard educational programs. And in the technology developments of using KAUST as a test bed and using both technology, science, research, and partnering to create solutions is of great value to us. So if you look at some of the examples where we've actually mapped out how to extract CO2 from the Duba Green power plant, turn that into liquid CO2 and deliver that on actually to NEOM in this case, uses both deep tech, logistics, partners with Ministry of Energy, and creates a more sustainable environment, still understanding that we do use fossil fuels today. So trying to build those sustainable future products, trying to minimize the damage to the environment, and trying to allow us to upskill across AI and digital is what KAUST is really focusing on just now.
That's, do you see any gap? Deep tech companies usually requires a lot of capital initially. And I'm assuming you are launching an initiative or a fund to fill that gap. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, so KAUST is two funds. So the KAUST Innovation Fund is a seed fund, looking for technologies throughout the kingdom that we can incubate to a point of scaling. One of the challenges that we've faced is the lack of patient capital for deep tech companies that are pre-revenue. Most investors want to see revenues, maybe profitability, and definitely products. When you're working in the deep tech space, that can sometimes be years away, and it can be capital intensive. In order to address that, as part of our strategy launch, an initiative called Capital K was highlighted. So Capital K is a private fund being run out of the Valley in the US, but it's taken some KAUST funding and is looking to provide a resource to fund technologies, ideas, and companies that are going to benefit the kingdom. But that's split into two. It may invest in a KAUST startup or a startup in the kingdom, or it may look to acquire a technology and bring it to the kingdom in order to further advance the ecosystem. The main purpose of the fund is to identify challenging technologies that are going to be disruptive, bring them to kingdom for the kingdom to reap the advantages of it.
That's fantastic. What about KAUST? KAUST is known, I know a lot of my friends are researcher and like technical people. Do you have any initiatives that take their ideas or their research projects to commercialization?
Absolutely. So we try to maximize our value proposition. We have around 1,700 researchers from bachelor's, master's, and PhD holders, as well as the huge capital expense that we have. The clean room is a $100 million investment, as well as the nuclear that's going to be a reactor that's going to be launched this year, as well as different core or national labs. What we try is to maximize that value proposition by creating niche programs. I think 4 of the 6 programs that has been launched earlier this morning are hosted in CAX, in terms of whether it's from Miwa or Abdul Latif Jameel, or the incubation program, the generalist one from the garage, or the specialized incubation semiconductor one. This is leveraging all the scientists that we have, all the know-how, but it depends on the journey. If you're at an ideation stage, we work with the NTDP on a program called MVP Lab. It takes you from the idea to the MVP level. And I think last year we've graduated around 120. But also we have all our researchers. We have the corporate entrepreneurship program. And this year we're planning to make it a venture building studio style, in terms of taking these ideas and hand-holding these researchers and working together. And of course, the incubation and acceleration programs that we have that we run by the garage. And once the startup graduates and scale up, we can use all the campus within the CAX to keep them close to the proximity of the labs and the researchers. But also, we work with the MNCs and also large companies to localize and tech transfer their R&D. So this is kind of the entire value chain that we work with. And in terms of the programs that I'm excited about, is mainly from a, regarding the funding perspective, so far we don't have that facility vehicle yet, but part of our transformation is to be a kind of a non-profit foundation in which it will give us the flexibility to establish venture funds and deep tech funds. But what we do now, if you're an investor, we work with you to de-risk the investment by providing the labs, by providing also the know-how from the scientists, and being a third-party independent team who evaluate the deal itself and gives you some assurance from a technology perspective.
That's great. Rajesh, you are owned fully by NEOM. Can you tell us about deep tech projects you internally have been working on that you started commercializing? I don't know if you were commercializing now or with the launch of NEOM. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Sure. I mean, there are multiple initiatives, and some of them are in varying stages of maturity, so to speak. Some of the areas that we're focusing, for instance, we have a lot of applications on AI that we see today, right? It's very common. You would have never imagined having a free-to-use service that has a support of model that has 100+ billion parameters free of cost. It was the deep tech of 2 years back, 3 years back. Now it's accessible to us. Our focus is now in trying to take these technologies in terms of solving domain problems, deep domain problems. We still believe that some of the value that we see is still shallow in terms of the use cases. How do you really solve a problem related to manufacturing? How do you solve a problem related to supply chain? How do you solve a problem related to energy? So we call it as a domain backbone, a domain AI backbone. That's a space that we're spending a lot of our time on. How do you really make that work? It's not about one time spending a lot of CapEx, building a model out and say this is done. It's about how do you really continue to use it and how do you really augment that with real-time information. So that's a big challenge that we're spending a lot of time on. The other area that we're doing is on, like I said, robotics. Now, I've always felt that there's been a silo between these two fields. Robotics kind of are like doing their own stuff. But we now have very mature platforms, robotic platforms, that you can augment the benefit of much more smarter AI and inference models. So that's the second area that we're spending a lot of time on. With respect to new ventures, like I said, Autonomous Venture Studio is our primary arm. We've been doing multiple competitions. We did one with Metaverse as a team, but there's one that we're doing, or we just finished, which is called the Next Billion. It's about identifying technologies that will help the next billion people in the world, in the earth, right? What technologies will help us sustain the population that's going to come, and how does it impact, and so on. That is our focus, yes.
That's great. So I think we're running out of time, but quickly before we leave, many entrepreneurs and investors are here. I would love, if you can mention in 30 seconds how they can reach out to you, how they can collaborate with you, and I would love to hear from all of you. Why don't you start, Rajesh?
I mean, the best way, I would say, is to reach out to autonomous.neom.com. That's the website for us. We can reach out. I can publish the email address, Matt, hopefully, if there is a place to do it. That's the best place to do it. We not just accelerate, but we also incubate ideas. If you have ideas that have not really been tested yet, we have a full methodology on how to incubate, test, validate, go to the market to other complete end-to-end flows. Yes.
Yes, sir.
So I also encourage you to visit our startups on the deep tech area. We have 8 startups that are...
But as an entrepreneur and investor, how I can benefit from your programs?
So reach out to the garage or also the CAXT campus. We're surrounded with 7 universities and more than 100,000 students. And leveraging that campus being in Riyadh, of course, from ideation to incubation, acceleration programs, all these services are available for anyone to benefit from.
Dr. Ian.
So I think you should visit KAUST Innovation's social media platforms on X and other platforms that are available. I think it's important to look at the services that you require, because we offer funding, we offer training, we offer product prototyping, and we're going to work with NIDLib on a 4IR center specifically on prototyping. So if your company needs to develop its products and services, we clearly want to hear from you. We also publicize our Takadam, our incubator, and our accelerator programs, both on the website and through social media.
Thanks, Dr. Ian. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
you. It was a great, we're running out of time. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you very much for watching. We'd like to invite you now for the cake cutting.
Our distinguished guest. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, and it is my pleasure to welcome you again to the city of the future, Riyadh. and to this very special day. We are here to celebrate the past and to enjoy the present and to look forward to the future. We are here to celebrate the continuous and dedicated effort putting by each and everyone in this venue to drive technology in Saudi Arabia. Together, we will promote and enhance the role of technology in driving economic growth and development of this fine nation of ours. I'm pleased today to present Code Accelerator that are accelerating businesses beyond expectations. Are you ready to start? Let's start with a full of energy, and please give me a big round of applause for everyone attended with us today. Our first accelerator for this day, it's Hardware Accelerator. Code has tackled a very difficult area where only investors with a high courage are mostly interested in. Hardware ensure software functionality, enable computation, storage, and connectivity. Please welcome with a big warm welcome Badr Saif, Code Headquarters Center Manager. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm very excited to be here. I'm pleased to introduce our exceptional program, the Hardware Accelerator. Over 18 weeks, we've dedicated ourselves to design and execute the Kingdom's first accelerator, tailored for tech enthusiasts, especially those interested in hardware innovation. Hardware is the backbone of tech tangible items, as well as the base for new consumer and commercial electronic items. The Hardware Accelerator was catered for 10 startup companies from many different sectors, such as tourism, energy, robotics, and much more. We have served as the nurturing foundation for these startups, helping them with design of their PCB boards, rapid prototyping, as well as refine their pitch decks. Through our partnerships, we have executed more than 240 consultation hours. The help of 28 mentors and experts has been instrumental in shaping the futures of these startups. Remarkably, these mentors continue to extend their help and support to many more founders at the moment. The commitment and resilience of our startup founders have yielded remarkable outcomes, as they've managed to secure 3 million riyals in investment, as well as register 7 patents between pending and granted. Today, I'm honored to present 3 of these founders for you to listen to their interesting stories and remarkable journeys. Thank you.
Let's watch together a short video about the journey in this accelerator. And now with our entrepreneurs. Please welcome with me to the stage, Quid with Hassan al-Rizq.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hassan al-Rizq. I'm the founder and CEO of Quid, the digital energy auditor. I'm very sure everyone in this room still don't know the structure or efficiency status of their electricity bill. I personally was suffering in auditing my energy consumption as I was doing it manually for my house. The problem is that $7 billion are wasted because of energy inefficiency, and the way we are finding the inefficiency is traditional. Air conditioners alone cost the average Saudi households over $4.5 billion, and a quarter of that amount can be saved. At Quid, we have developed an AI algorithm that would be able to detect and determine the efficiency status of the appliances in the house while using a smart meter to be connected on the power panel. The user will receive the detailed report of how efficient their appliances are, as well as steps to correct the consumption if it is inefficient. We are targeting $5 billion worth of electricity bills out of the total market share that is $13 billion, which amounts to the electricity bills in the country. This targeted market would allow us to generate north of $300 million from subscription and service fees. We have now 214 customers that have generated for us more than 130 upgrade requests, as well as other tractions such as the app users, social media followers, as well as an increase in social media appearances of 400%. Our go-to-market strategy is threefold. The first one is the market awareness, as well as the word of mouth and the social media presence. These three steps have generated for us more than 10,000 views in our social media platforms. Other companies have been trying to solve this problem with providing an energy management system as well as smart home gadgets that do not provide an energy efficiency analysis as well as expensive to deploy. Our financial performance can be summarized into three numbers: the customer acquisition cost, the burn rate, as well as the growth rate, while expecting a growth rate of 1,200% in the year 2026. Our team has both product and business development experience to bring this idea to market of a total of more than 30 years of experience, while having an experience as well in developing AI technologies as well as strategic mindset in digital products. We ask for $600,000 in exchange of 10% equity, and the fund will be used for product development, personnel, as well as digital marketing. At Quid, we have the ambition to have it in every Saudi household through integrating with the national electricity grid. Please reach out to me and let's make this ambition into a reality. Thank you.
We estimated the cost, or conservatively estimated the cost to be around or over $2 billion annually. You might be wondering, why haven't anyone done anything about this on the ground or using heavy machinery? We estimated the market cost, the market size globally to be around 141 by 2026, and locally around 2 billion, and we target 9 million in the first year. We have multiple streams of income. We opt to provide this technology as a service for government and corporate clients. Our team includes myself, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Jarboua, our subject matter expert, and led by Professor Hussein Shahman. Thank you very much for your time. This is Ahmed.
شكرا لك أحمد. Please welcome with me to the stage Otelnet Abdelmaqsad Abbasi. Please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. 219 people died in June 2017. An oil tanker met a fatal accident due to the driver falling asleep on the wheel. Millions of dollars were fined, but these accidents continue to take place every single day. Each year, billions of dollars and millions of precious human lives are lost due to such incidents, with 900,000 of them taking place only in the Middle East. Now, 97% of these accidents, they are preventable. Why? Because they occur due to human errors. In order to save precious human lives and valuable resources, we present to you Autolent, a smart solution that automatically detects high-risk situations during driving and then helps eliminate them. We have designed a special hardware which is empowered by our proprietary AI algorithms. This device is fixed inside the cabin of the vehicle and has dual cameras, driver-facing and road-facing. The AI algorithms monitor the driver behavior in real time to assess for any risky situation which could potentially cause an accident. Furthermore, with the command and control center dashboards, our clients can monitor and track their entire vehicles in a few clicks. Additionally, we offer data-driven insights into every individual driver's behavior, allowing to bring a positive change in their attitude to make them safer on the roads. We mitigate risk, protect assets, and increase profitability for our customers. With just one solution, our clients can fulfill all their vehicle and fleet needs without relying on any other solution. We are targeting the B2B transportation sector in the MENA region, which has around 75 million registered commercial vehicles, evaluating to an annual market size of $67.5 billion. If we just target 1% of that, that's $675 million per annum. As of today, we are the only preventative solution in the market that is catered specifically to the regional needs. Our business model is subscription-based. We have 2 different licenses depending on the user requirements. During the code's hardware acceleration, we have completely revamped our hardware design, making it more robust, while also finalizing the go-to-market strategy for the KSM market. Our team has previously built successful technology businesses together, helping them raise more than $100 million in external funding. And we are very much confident of making this venture a success as well. As of today, in a pilot phase, we have driven more than 1 million kilometers and have set $37,000 in revenue. We are looking to raise $5 million in 2024, which would take us to $3 million in annual recurring revenue by the end of 2025. We are on a mission to save lives and resources and look forward to your support in this. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. And now we have a keynote speaker with a title, Gen AI Between Promise and Potential. Please welcome Amr Awadallah, co-founder and chief executive officer, Victra.
Our guest, just to save the time until our other speakers will be prepared, I would like to a big thank with you all, our partners for Hardware Accelerator. Please give a big round of applause to our first partner here, Ministry of Industrial and Mineral Resources. Our second partner, SIDF, صندوق التنمية الصناعي. National Industrial Development and Logistic Program, NEDLB. Sustainable Innovations. Thank you so much, our partner, for your generous contribution. Our entrepreneurs in this accelerator, I would like to invite you to the stage to take a group photo. Also, I would like to invite our Deputy Minister for Technology, Engineer Mohammed Rubayyan. Please welcome him to the stage. Also, I would like to invite Abdullah Shamrani, the GM of Code. حياك الله. Our entrepreneurs, we need you on the stage for a group photo to remember this day. Please give them a very warm welcome. شكراً جزيلاً. Usama, the mic is yours.
Thank you indeed. We announce again our keynote speaker, Amr Awadallah, co-founder and chief executive officer, Victra, speaking about Gen AI between promise and potential.
Assalamu alaikum. It's good to be here. I will be talking for about 15 minutes, and please, I would love to see a timer, otherwise I'll go for 4 days. Please, if you can put a timer on the screen, I would appreciate that. I will speak for about 15 minutes about Gen AI. Why are we excited about it? Why do we think it's important? Some of the challenges that we have with it, and then how do we solve these challenges? And if you humor me, I will also talk a little bit about my company. I will make that advertising part as small as possible. Before I start my talk, I wanted to personally thank again His Excellency Sawaha and His Excellency Dr. Munir Dessouky for getting me an honorary Saudi citizenship. So as you might know, I'm one of the few people in the world that had that honor, that were selected and chosen to receive such a amazing honor. That said, show of hands, how many of you know about Amr Adib? Amr Adib is a very famous Egyptian broadcaster. He just got it. I saw about 30% of the room raise their hand. He also got an honorary citizenship about 2 weeks ago, so I guess anybody gets it now. I'm just joking. So before I jump into my talk, which is about Gen AI like we talked, and this is our belief and vision, I wanted to ask first, a show of hands, how many of you saw the movie The Matrix? If you saw the movie The Matrix, please raise your hand. So about 80% of the room raise their hand. This is my crowd. I love you all so much. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. One of the key lines in that movie was a line where Neo is the main character of the movie, that got downloaded into his brain how to play Kung Fu, how to be a Kung Fu fighter. And within minutes, he made this line in the movie where he said, "Whoa, I know Kung Fu," right? And he just knows Kung Fu right away. And that's what we have. This is exactly why we are excited about this Gen AI motion, is we now have AI systems where we can give it the manual for a piece of software, give it the operation manual for how we do HR in our company, give it the manual for how to manage our supply chain, and it will read it and will tell you, if it's an HR manual, we'll read the manual and tell you, I now know how to fire people. I'm just kidding. But you get the idea. It's very quickly can learn anything about your business and help you do it. And this is really a journey that we're working towards. We strongly believe that over the next 5 years, every piece of software, every device even, not just piece of software, every hardware device, everything we interact with will have a generative AI interface that lets us operate it and work with it. And we see this as a journey. That journey started with the past when we wanted to do something with Photoshop, for example. You took a picture of your family or of your company, and you forgot to add one of the key people. So let's say it's a picture of your family, and you forgot to have your son in the picture. Today, to go and add your son in the picture of Photoshop, you have to do search, which is the first box up here, the search engine stage. And you're going to find a bunch of tutorials on YouTube, maybe find some documents that you read, and now you will know how to add your son back into the picture by following these steps. But it took you a lot of time to find out how can you do that. The present today, and one of the reasons why we got excited about ChatGPT, is this answer engine stage, where I ask the question, I would like to add my son, what do I do? And the steps come back. Step number 1, do this. Step number 2, do that. Step number 3, you're done. You have this amazing assistant that tells you what you can do. But very soon, we'll be able to nail these steps correctly every time from the AI perspective, that's how you're going to do the tasks. In the future, when you're using software, when you're using a device, you will just talk to it like we talk to each other. You will tell the software, please add my son back in the picture, and your son will appear. Or I'm upset with my son, remove him from the picture, and he will disappear. Right? But the key point is, very, very complex tasks will become so simple that any of us will be able to do it. We will be superhumans, all of us. Anything we would like to choose to be an expert in, we'll be able to be an expert in. I have many people that sometimes when I tell this story to, they say, no, I'm scared of AI. I don't think I'm going to use AI to this or do that. I'm never going to listen to AI or have AI do things on my behalf. Many folks will tell you that. And then I will bring up the example of Google Maps. And maybe I can ask, show of hands, how many of you used Google Maps at least once in the last week? Okay, about 90% of the room raised their hand. Who do you think is in Google Maps giving you directions to go left and go right? It's not a person sitting back at Google, it's the AI. Right? There's an AI analyzing every single possibility for how to create that route, analyzing the traffic conditions, the road conditions, and making a recommendation for you. And you follow that recommendation blindly. But the key point is, before Google Maps, we were all really bad at navigation. Some of us were very good at navigation. They studied the streets, they know every shortcut, they know how to get from point A to point B. Very few of us knew that. And the majority of us were really horrible at getting from point A to point B. And now, with Google Maps, we all became superhuman. All of us super navigators, I apologize. We all became super navigators. Any one of us have this amazing assistant, which is Google Maps in this case, for that task of getting from point A to point B, and we can do it. And this is exactly the future we're building towards. This is why all of us are now so excited about GenAI, is we now see, and we're convinced and 100% sure, almost, that we're going to have this now for everything. We're going to have this AI that can help us accomplish complex tasks and make somebody who is not a doctor become a very good doctor. Somebody who's not a lawyer become a very good lawyer. Somebody who doesn't know how to code to write apps. Somebody who doesn't know how to make movies to be an expert at making movies with leveraging the AI. This is why we're super excited. Hopefully, I excited you as well about how critical and important this motion is. So the next question you might ask, then why are we stuck in this middle stage of the answer engine and not moving directly to the action engine? Why does the AI have to give me the answer and then I have to perform the steps? Why can't the AI just do the steps for me? And the reason why is because of a problem that I will describe in more detail later, but it's a problem called hallucination. So show of hands, how many of you heard about hallucination? So about 20% of the room raised their hand. Now, I meant hallucination in the context of AI, not in the context of Amsterdam. I just want to make sure that's clear. Hopefully, the 20% that raised their hands knew that that's what I was talking about. But in a nutshell, hallucination is the fact that the AI every now and then can make up stuff. It can make up a step that's an incorrect step, make up knowledge that's incorrect knowledge. So that's why we're stuck in the answer engine stage, where we still need a human in the loop. We still need a human in the loop to review the answer before the action is performed. And that's why many of us are focused still on the answer engine. But once we nail the answer engine for a given use case, once we nail the answer engine and the answers are always right, then the next natural stage after that will be the action stage, where you just tell the AI, I would like you to create a movie for me. This is the story of the movie. This is what I would like the characters to look like. Go ahead, make the movie. And the movie comes out from the other end. That will happen within the next few years. That will happen for every single complex task you might want to do within the next 5 years. So hopefully this gave you a good understanding of why we're excited. Now I'll give you 2 examples from customers that we have that are doing this already. If we can bring the slides back, please. So while the slide's coming back, one of these customers is called Sonosim. Sonosim is using our software. They uploaded a bunch of manuals for how to operate an ultrasound machine. When you're using an ultrasound machine to scan for pregnancy, scan the stomach, scan the muscle, the heart, it's different. You set it differently. You aim the scanning device differently. They uploaded the manuals, the knowledge they have. They have tons of databases they collected over the years, the best practices, the best calibration settings. They have that from across the years, depending on the body parts. They uploaded all of that into our system, our GenAI platform, and the GenAI platform said, I know how to do ultrasound, just going back to the I know Kung Fu analogy. And now they have a co-pilot or an assistant that they sell to anybody that allows them to operate an ultrasound machine just like an expert radiologist will operate it. And if they're getting stuck in the middle, they ask the assistant, oh, how do I recalibrate for this kind of disease or for this kind of scanning? And it gives them the steps of how to do it, and they can do it. So again, Google Maps, but within the context of ultrasound. Think about it that way. This is an example here, actually, in Saudi Arabia. Al Ubaykan is a big group here, as many of you might have heard about them. And they use us for 2 use cases in their organization. The first one is an HR use case, where, again, they uploaded all of their HR manuals into the system. And the system now is able to resolve disputes. It's able to communicate with a potential employee that has a complaint, or communicate with somebody who's a manager that wants to go through the proper steps for performance correction for one of their employees. And it can help them do that just like an HR representative would be able to help them. A lot more scalable, a lot more private, and a lot more targeted and personalized. The other use case they have is within a manufacturing environment, where a lot of their inquiries coming in are about how to operate these machines. In the same analogy of operating an ultrasound machine, same thing. They uploaded the manuals, and now they have an assistant that can just do that. And this is really what we're working towards. You upload the manual for how to do something, and the AI figures it out and starts becoming an expert to help you do it much better. Hopefully this convinced you of why this is going to change the world. Every single task that we have to do in the future will be automated, amplified, and enhanced efficiency-wise with AI. But we have to solve this problem of hallucination. So how are we going to do that? Or how are we doing that already? And now I'm going to get a little bit technical in this part of the talk. And so the timer now showed up finally, and it says I have 3 minutes left. I'm not going to finish in 3 minutes. I'm sorry. So I need about 7 minutes to finish. So I'll try my best. Sorry? Yes. Yes. So how do you get an AI, which we refer to as a large language model, to learn about your company, to learn about your manual? There is 2 ways to do that, the wrong way and the right way. The wrong way is called fine-tuning. So show of hands, how many of you heard about large language model fine-tuning? Okay, now we're down to 10% of the room, so this is getting super specific, obviously. So I'll give a very high-level description here. But the fine-tuning process is you start with a base model, a base large language model that knows nothing about your business, and then you further fine-tune it, you further train it with your own data to end up with a derivative model, which is this model on the right side here, that knows your business and knows your data. And now it can start answering, now it knows Kung Fu, and now it can start answering questions about Kung Fu. This is how fine-tuning works. But the problem with fine-tuning, there's actually a number of problems. There's about 12 problems with them. I'm going to save you the headache of going through all of them right now. You can catch me later on. I'll go over all of them with you if you would like. But in a nutshell, the first problem it's very expensive. It's very expensive to do fine-tuning and takes a long time. That's why NVIDIA loves it, by the way. NVIDIA keeps pushing fine-tuning is the only way. The only way is fine-tuning. Buy from us $10 million of NVIDIA cards so you can fine-tune. It's also very slow, meaning new data, new knowledge coming in might not be available in the responses until hours or days later. But the big problem with fine-tuning is hallucination. Hallucination will still happen, meaning the model will still make some information up that's incorrect. Because the fine-tuning model here, I'll take us back to school, is very similar to how we had at school. We had what's called closed book exams. Remember those closed book exams? In the closed book exams, you had to learn the books, you had to learn the material, store it all in your own neural network, in your own head, and in the exam, you can only solve the problems based on what you can remember. And the problem is you cannot remember everything. And you end up making up stuff to finish the exam, and that's when you hallucinate in the human context. The large language models are doing exactly the same thing. The analogy is very similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. This data that's in its head is compressed. It's lossy compression. So when you're asking it to remember things from the model weights, it will end up filling in the blanks. It will end up hallucination. So what's the solution to this problem? The solution to this problem, which is the solution that Victara is advocating, and by the way, many other companies now are starting to advocate for the same solution, is called retrieval augmented generation. Retrieval augmented generation. In a nutshell, it's open book exam instead of closed book exam. That's the analogy. It's so simple. So instead of taking all of your data, which is the upper pink box here, and cramming all of that into the head of the AI and tell it you have to remember all of this and answer based on this, we're going to split the AI. We're going to have two different AIs. We're going to have one AI on the left side focused on retrieving the most relevant facts, the most relevant underlying information for the task at hand. And then we're going to have another one on the right side that's now solving the problem with these facts. So this way, we always have the high-fidelity original facts available to the model, and that solves all of the problems. So to go through this slide very quickly, your data comes in. That's your manual for your HR rules, for example. That data gets converted from human words and English and Arabic and Chinese and Japanese and German into what we refer to as meanings instead. And these meanings, in a technical term, we call them vectors. And because they're a very long array of numbers, that's why we call them a vector. That's why our company name is Victara. We stand for meaning. That's what our name stands for. You will also hear the technical term sometimes called embeddings. When you hear the word embeddings, it's the same thing. It's this long array of numbers that represents the meanings of words. So you store all of these meanings in a knowledge database. The question from the user comes in, I would like to fire this employee. How do I do that? I would like to go on vacation. How do I do that? The question comes in. It goes to this meaning engine first. We find the most relevant information, and then we put them in a prompt that we give to the second model, and we tell the second model, your job now is to answer this question, but only answer this question leveraging these facts, and each fact has a score beside it. This is what the prompt looks like at a very high level if you're interested. This prompt will change depending on the task. If you're doing customer support, it has one form. If you're doing a legal contract, it has another form. If you're doing an engineering design document, it has another form. So we change the prompt depending on what you're trying to do. But in a QA context, this is it. You are a search bot that takes facts, that takes results, and summarizes them as a coherent response to a question that somebody's asking. You must only use these facts I'm giving to you. Don't go rely on your head and make up stuff and hallucinate up information. Only use these facts I'm giving to you. Cite these facts in the output so we have explainability. Why is this the right answer? Why should I believe you? So it cites the documents. It gives you provenance back to the documents that are behind this fact as being this answer. And then most importantly, this last sentence here, which prevents it from hallucinating. This is very important. We tell it, don't be a bullshitter. Don't be a know-it-all. We tell it explicitly. If all the facts are of low relevance, don't make up an answer. Just say, I don't know. That's okay. Because some of you might have experienced this with ChatGPT, where you ask about something, and what do I do? You ask it your name, you put your name. What does Amr Awadallah do, for example? But put your name in this case, and just makes up stuff, right? That's not allowed in a business context. You can't have that. So that's how we solve that. And now we get this perfect engine that is able to answer any question about your business or do other tasks without making up stuff, while giving you explainability of these tasks. And it has a number of other benefits like minimizing bias, avoiding bias in the responses, minimizes the potential of copyright infringement if the model was trained on copyrighted information. There are so many other business requirements that you need to be able to use GenAI in your business correctly. It takes care of all of that. So, with that said, I'm now about to conclude my presentation. I have this very interesting slide for you which shows you how frequently these models hallucinate. Victara published an open source model hallucination evaluation framework. It's called the Hughes Hallucination Evaluation Model. And that was covered by the New York Times. Actually, 2 weeks ago, we were on the front page of the New York Times. And we showed that GPT-4 is indeed the best out there. You can see it only hallucinates 3% of the time, meaning 3% of the time it might say something that's not true. Versus Google, Palm, at the lowest end there, can hallucinate as high as 12% of the time, meaning 1 sentence of every 10 sentences it says is not true, right? So how can you use that in a business context? We have not evaluated Gemini. Gemini is the newest model, just came out a couple of days ago. We will be evaluating that to see how good it is. So with that said, I want to conclude my presentation by going over some of the key advantages that this retrieval augmented generation as a service provides to create the all-knowing assistant about any line of business you have, while reducing hallucinations, providing explainability of the results, and all the other amazing benefits that you see here. And then call to action. If you would like to try it out, this is very easy for any of you to try. You can scan this QR code. You're able to open an account. You're able to upload a bunch of documents. It could be anything you would like the system to know. It could be Kung Fu. And then start having a conversation with the platform. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us 1 minute to set up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a fireside chat titled VC Late Stage Funding, Bull versus Bear. Our speakers are Luca Barbi, General Partner and Chief Operating Officer, STV, and Philip Bahushi, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Magnet. Please welcome them on stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Absolute pleasure being here today. I have the pleasure of hosting Luca Barbi, who's the COO and General Partner for STV. By way of introduction, my name is Philip Bahushi. I'm the founder and CEO of a platform called Magnet that captures all venture capital data across emerging markets, but specifically here in the MENA region. The subject is bull, bear, mind the gap, missing funding at late stage. And we have about 20 minutes to kind of deep dive into the state of the market. Before doing that, I thought I'd just give a little bit of data and context, some of which was mentioned earlier. At the moment, you are seeing a slowdown in venture capital globally. You're seeing some of that percolate here to the MENA region. In fact, it's the first year, and we'll be publishing our end-of-year report at the end of December, the beginning of January, where we've seen a drop in venture capital investment since 2016. We're currently at about 40% lower than last year's figures, both in terms of capital and transactions. But I guess the silver lining is that this is a trend that you're also seeing globally, if not in all emerging markets. One interesting thing specifically to note when we talk about late-stage funding is that Q2 and Q3 were the first time in the MENA region that there were no mega deal investments in MENA. That's a deal that is $100 million of value plus dollars. But what we have seen is a strong, let's call it rebound in Q4, not quite recovery, including some big investments that have been taking place, like Tabi's investment here in the region. And as was mentioned earlier today, indeed, Saudi Arabia now ranks first in terms of capital deployment in the MENA region and is likely to be the only geography in the region to see an increase in capital deployment year on year. But to the question of the current landscape, Luca, number one, any reflections on the numbers that I've just shared? And knowing what you know about the global market, are you surprised about the current slowdown in investment activity globally and regionally?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Philip, and good afternoon, everybody. So just a couple of words regarding STV. I am general partner at STV. We are Saudi-based venture capital firm. We have $800 million AUM, and we focus on growth stage. So technology company that operate in the region and are raising a Series A, B, or C. To answer your question, we see the global trend, especially in US developed market, with a big crunch happened in 2023, 2022, 2023. And then we see a kind of the GCC MENA region tending to align to this decline or slowdown, let's say. But what we see here on the ground in terms of growth stage opportunity, it's actually we see an increase of those opportunity. So on one side, we see an increase of companies that are growing healthily and they're approaching late stage and exit. But on the other side, we see the capital available, it's not enough, or it could be more. So we are not surprised by what's happening because we understand that investors have the tendency to align to the global cycle. But we are concerned and sorry that there is not enough capital in the ecosystem, in the local ecosystem, to support emerging winners.
So we say that about the MENA region at large, but I mean, if we're saying that the Saudi ecosystem is going to surpass $1 billion of investment, historically, late-stage funding has been driven by yourselves and international investors. But we're now seeing international investors slow down, and there's only so many funds in the region that actually have the capital to be able to deploy at late stage. And how should we categorize late stage? Series B plus, i.e. a $40 million investment round. So do you think that there are even enough players locally to fill that gap?
Let me give you a long answer, if you allow me.
Sure.
And let me step back. So the venture capital ecosystem in Saudi and the rest of GCC is very new. Right? In 2018, the capital deployed in technology company in Saudi was 50 million, negligible, 5 years ago. Now, in 2022 was $1 billion. Is this large or it is small? It's still very small. It's 0.07% of the GDP. So it's 10% compared to the GDP of what we see in South Korea, in India. And if you go in more developed market, we arrive to 1%. So it's still very small. Now, second data point, right? When you start a technology ecosystem, most of the company are early stage. Early stage means you need $500,000. The average ticket for pre-Series A is $3 million. When you go through growth stage, it's $50 million, right? Now, as we move from zero and we grow, the number of growth stage companies are growing. So the number of capital that we need to deploy is not increasing linearly, but exponentially, because we move from company raising 3 to company raising 30. So this is like, we need to be aware of the exponential trajectory. Now, in this dynamic, what happened that in 2021, there were few growth stage rounds, very important, and those rounds were supported by global VC. We see SoftBank, we see at the time it was Sequoia, we see Tiger, right? Coming in regional players, including several companies in our portfolio, leading or co-investing. Those have been vanished after 2022. We still some exception, but the exceptions are limited. So here we have this dynamic where the fundamental of our ecosystem are growing exponentially. Globally, we have a decline, and global investors, because of their problem in their own countries, they are less present. So let's say, if you look at the fundamentals, we need more capital for reasons that are more, let's say, linked to the global cycle. We don't have enough. So I think we need to, to remain more decoupled by the global cycle, we need to develop our own muscles in terms of investment capabilities and capacity. We need more STV that operate in this market, that have 100% focus on the region, 100% focus on the understanding the market, and enough capital to invest in growth stage.
And so how do you catalyze that? What needs to happen to see more STVs in the market? Is it a government initiative? Is it a private initiative? Is it a corporate? We're beginning to see some corporate players begin to play, but many of them are taking the simpler, not easier route of accelerator programs or early stage investment. How do you see bigger ticket investors become interested in this space?
So I give you another long answer because I'm weak in synthesizing. So again, let's look at the context, right? The region is still needs to prove itself. We had a few success cases that are important, but still very little. We had Karim, we had Talabat was acquired by Deliveroo, Souk.com by Amazon, we had some IPO like Jais, very promising. But still, if you, as a regional fund, you go to the private investors to raise money and say, I will deploy in this region, private investors, they still associate a regional risk because the ecosystem is not proven enough. And also the regional players are not proven enough because they just, STV, for example, was one of the first VC to have been launched in the region, but was 2018, so we are still in our divestment cycle. So, and this is like a critical moment, right? We have the opportunity, but not enough track record. There is potentially appetite from private investors, but it's not coming. So this is where we need probably more regional kind of sovereign pocket helping the ecosystem, like what we see also in other markets. There are sovereign wealth funds, but there are also pension fund, there are endowment fund. Those are the typical allocator, capital allocator, that like VC as a long-term asset class, they can support the regional players more, and they can also attract the global to localize in the region.
But just to be clear, you're also assuming that there are enough, and I'm not judging, but quality startups that can raise late-stage funding. I mean, the assumption is there is the deal flow for that capital to be allocated?
Again, here it's about the mechanic of the ecosystem. So from 2018 until today, in the MENA market, were founded 2,000 startups were founded, 2,000, right? In total, in these 5 years, we deploy $9 billion, right? Of these 2,000, 220 are now post-Series A. Of these 220, and actually I'm referring to Magnet data, of these 220, all of them, they are looking for a Series B at least, right? And a portion of them, we should assume that are healthy. Now, in our portfolio alone, we have 6 companies that are in the growth stage. Each of them is doing more than $100 million in revenue. 2 of them are breaking even. One of them raised $200 million recently. This is Tabby, with a round driven by a global VC. I think the opportunity is tangible, is concrete, right? And then I think the size of the opportunity also depends by the availability of capital. Because this company, can fail, and then retrospectively we can say they were not good enough, but actually they could fail because they do not have enough capital, right? And not only the winners need to receive capital, also a few companies that potentially will fail need to receive capital, because this is the game of venture capital, right? You have typically, even in a growth stage portfolio, you have 20% of the company returning the fund, 50% doing so-so, and the other 30% failing. So we need also to factor some level of failure to push the innovation forward.
So you're saying there are, even if it's 220 and a small proportion of that, of companies that are investable. But let's put things in context. We've seen a liquidity boom in the last 2 years that we haven't seen in the history of venture capital. Obviously, liquidity boom means valuation rise. We brought out a report last week. Series A investment has dropped off 35%. Seed investments staying relatively strong because early stage risk is in a kind of stronger situation. Series B plus, even harder, specifically for companies, growth at all costs, hyper-growth of the last 2-3 years. Do we need to wait before those companies become investable from a valuation perspective, with founders needing to realize that the market is no longer what it was in 2021 for that capital to start coming in? Or do you think that that realization that the valuation bubble has potentially popped, and actually these companies are good fundamental companies and need cash to go to their next level?
So what we see is a mixed picture. Some of the inflated evaluation also, they're sometimes driven by investors that are not specialized in VC. And this is a phenomenon that we see a lot in GCC. We have other type of investors that come into the venture capital class, and we welcome them because it's an important source of capabilities and money, but sometimes we see valuation that are not, that could be more conservative. So this is one factor. The other factor is that we see the growth stage company having recorded a very important growth in their economics, in their performance. So the evaluation remains high at a lower multiple. So what does it mean? The multiple is lower because the market pricing is lower, but is more than compensated by the growth of the revenues and the margin of the company, right? So here we have companies that still can do 2-3x year on year, even though they are relatively large. So it's a mixed picture. We need to bring discipline when it comes to valuation, but also we need to see case by case. And some companies deserve a larger evaluation because they, because of the performance increase.
We did a webinar, and I'm going to ask 1 or 2 questions that we discussed there because I think they were interesting. So question number 1 that we discussed, when you talk about scale at all costs, many people have been talking about the importance of having to scale beyond a specific country. But you kind of had a different view of that, specifically in Saudi Arabia. Is there a requirement to scale beyond borders into other MENA markets, if not Southeast Asia or other geographies? Or do you believe that the ability of just being a Saudi-only country is justifiable for a Series B investment?
So the way I see what's happening on the ground in terms of technology innovation, maybe I could frame it in 3 phases, right? I think there is a phase 1 where we have the, let's call it a replica of business model that have been successful elsewhere. Let's take Careem once for all, right? You have Uber elsewhere, you have Careem, you just replicate, you adapt the model and you make it work regionally, right? So this is, let's call it phase 1. Now, the phase 2 is once this company have conquered the region, they can go beyond the region. Eventually another emerging market where the type of service is not available. And then there is the 3rd phase that is a pure innovation, what we are discussing in this conference, right? Gen AI, how to come up with deep technology that from from the region can go global by definition because it's something that nobody will have. So I think in the phase one, there are still opportunities that are sizable enough for regional champions to reach a successful exit and a successful case, right? Especially in sectors like PropTech, like logistic, like fintech, and like e-commerce. These four sectors, because also of the demographic of our population that is very favorable, company can find enough market to be successful locally. And then now I think we will start seeing in the next vintage a company that from local go global. So for example, we have Uniphonic expanded to Turkey. We have Tracker also expanded to Turkey and the east of Europe. We have Noon Academy that went to India. So you see some of this model branching out. But it's very complex, moving outside of your own region. It's different customer behavior, different competition, different regulation. So we appreciate that upside, but we value, players that first and foremost exploit the regional opportunity.
We predicted at the beginning of the year this would be a record year of exits across the whole of the region. That hasn't necessarily transpired. It's an emotive exercise going through an exit. Listings are happening. It was great to see the number of listings that have happened for technology companies earlier today here in Saudi Arabia, and I know that's high on the agenda. What do you anticipate, and we go back to the need for returns, whether that's for investors to be incentivized to bring in more capital, government to be incentivized to double down on a particular sector. What do you see as the exit opportunities, M&A opportunities and listing, so those two different avenues, going into 2024?
I think they are both very viable. Listing, when we start our journey in 2018, was really an exceptional situation we consider. And now we consider listing more and more as a channel for exit. We see company with a strong regional brand that are sizable, that can keep growing, and we see the market on the other side. The investors in the stock exchange, they have appetite for tech companies. On the other side, we see corporates of the region that are becoming more, they're paying more attention to innovation. And they are learning that doing innovation in-house is very challenging because you have a DNA as a, let's say, traditional business that is very different from what it takes to develop something new. And now we see them more and more interested in considering M&A as a way to grow their capabilities and grow their business. So I think they are both viable, and we expect kind of a 50-50 split.
1 minute left, and I always like to leave it with something tangible. Do you have any 3 recommendations, suggestions that we could see in the ecosystem to really catalyze the gap at late stage funding over other stages?
Say again, sorry, Philip.
Do you have any 3 recommendations, whether it's for government, whether it's for VC or entities, that can help catalyze the gap that we see at late stage funding going into 2024?
So I think we are in a region that is an exceptional situation in the history of Saudi Arabia and the rest of GCC. We have been educated by the leadership of this country to think big. We are not here to predict the future. I think we are here to make the future that we want to have. So we need to keep infusing the energy that I see from the government, from the entrepreneurs, from the corporates, and from the capital allocator. The title of this panel is kind of mind the gap. So now I think the priority should be for the capital allocator, private or public, how to make the VC sector sizable enough to capture the opportunity that we have in front of our eyes.
Great, and that's 0 minutes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
I think everyone in here in this room want to travel to Silicon Valley. If yes, please give us a round of applause. It doesn't look like that you want to go to Silicon Valley. So give it one more stronger. So from Riyadh to Silicon Valley, our second accelerator is Tech Frontier. Please welcome to the stage with me, Noura Sultan, the program manager. حياك الله.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're here to celebrate the success story of Tech Frontiers, the accelerator, and one of the core program of the multiverse. First of all, what is the multiverse? The multiverse is a global platform of investment, innovation, and entrepreneurship. The multiverse provides a seamless access to tech ecosystems and extended network of investors and entrepreneurs and its domain experts. We started our first destination in the Silicon Valley in the US, and we will extend to 4 other destinations around the world. We have 4 main programs under the multiverse. Those are Global Exposure Program, where more than 50 beneficiaries benefit out of this program. And Tech Frontiers, which is the accelerator program, where we served more than 20 startups in 2 cohorts. Tech Pioneers, which is an incubation and soft landing program, where we served more than 16 startups and soft landed them to come to the Saudi market. And we have the last but not the least, Tech Founders, where we are targeting more than 200 startups in our coming cohorts. I'll leave the space for my colleague Stephanie Richards to tell you more about Tech Frontiers. Please welcome with me the director of Tech Frontiers Accelerator, Stephanie Richards.
Great. Thank you, Nora. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Stephanie Richards. I've been lucky enough to be involved in the Tech Frontiers program. And I've been living in the Middle East for over 16 years, since 2007. And I think we'll all agree we're in this wonderful moment for startups and founders where there's so much support, so many programs happening. In the past 5 full years of data, we must have seen more than a 15-fold increase in VC deal value, more than a 5-fold increase in exits. So why one more program and why this one? Well, if anyone has ever been involved as a founder or with startups, you'll know that one of the most important things to a startup's success is the density of support and expertise and help around you. And even though we have so much support here, we're a very, very young ecosystem. If I think just about Riyadh alone, we probably have less than 2,000, 1,500 startups. We're about 8 million people, a little under. If I take Silicon Valley, Bay Area, also 8 million people, a little under, 40,000 startups, growing since the 50s. When you have that concentration of support, you get the support, the expertise, the knowledge, the guidance that startups need. So Tech Frontiers is about taking the best early stage Saudi startups and bring them to Silicon Valley. We're a very different program. What we do is we help them with workshops, with one-on-one mentorship. They spend 6 weeks of their time in the Valley, learning from the Bay Area experts, connecting with the right mentors for their startups and the focus areas they need to support. We've now had 20 startups through the program. We've had over 150 hours of mentorship session just for cohort 1, the first 10 founders. And wonderfully, there have been 5 partnership agreements coming out of the first cohort, and over 20 million riyals of funding raised by those startups thanks to their participation in the program. And this takes not just a huge amount of support from MCIT and Code, but from the founders themselves, because this is a founder-first program. They invest 6 weeks of their time to travel 8,000 miles, 11 time zones away, to get everything they can out of the best that the Bay Area has to offer. So Tech Frontiers is really about taking the best of the startups in Saudi Arabia and letting them not just benefit from that baseline of programming and workshops, but customize the next phase of their journey as they need for their unique needs as a startup. And with that, I don't want to take any more time because really the focus is on the founders and the incredible job that they do and the amazing effort they put in. So thank you so much to MCIT, thank you so much to Code, but thank you in particular to the founders who have put in the time and effort to go through that journey and who are making the Saudi ecosystem proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's watch together a short video about this accelerator. Everyone. Welcome to the stage with me, the first entrepreneur, Scalers with Mohammed Saeed.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Saeed. I'm co-founder and CEO of Scalers. Before Scalers, I worked at a VC firm where we were investing in fast-growing businesses. So I was meeting founders and business leaders, and I asked them, what's the hardest part about building your business or scaling your organization? While each one had a different story, they all had one answer in common. And that answer was, recruitment is painful. So I was curious, what's so painful about it? What's so hard about it? Why everyone says that? And one way to understand this is by looking at the journey of recruitment. The journey of recruitment is not only long, but hiring managers have to do every stage of the journey right and fast because they actually needed someone to start the day before, and they only hired because they had so much to be done. So we started Scalers with the solution of empowering employers with an instant qualified candidates pipeline that they can hire in less than 20 minutes. The way we do that is by actually owning a big part of the journey. Our product Scalers proactively sources talent from different job sites and channels before employers have the need. It screens them through engaging journeys. And then whenever an employer has an open vacancy, it instantly matches them with the relevant profiles based on hundreds of data points that we collect from both employers and job seekers. Not only that, but also we cover interview scheduling and then offer signing. We're basically an end-to-end recruitment solution. One way to measure our performance is a metric we track, which is the gross salary volume, which is how much did the talents hired through Scalers earn annually. We are currently at 80 million for 100,000 Saudi Riyal, which is equivalent of what 3,300 families spend on annual grocery bills in Saudi. We're happy and proud to serve more than 400 employers in Saudi and the region, including in these companies in the ICT sector. Thank you and happy to connect.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And now, please welcome with me Catchify with Marwan Abu Sakha.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm Marwan Abu Sakha, co-founder and CEO of Kitchify. And today I'm going to be showing you how we're creating the largest micro-fulfillment network inside the Saudi Kingdom by tapping into thousands of underutilized kitchens. But first, let's start with the question. Who here knows someone who opened a restaurant, a cafe, and had to close it down in the past couple of years? A lot of us. And to actually put some numbers into perspective, around 5,000 restaurants close every year in Saudi out of 70,000 existing ones. And this is due to them not making enough revenue or not reaching the right customer segment quick enough. To dive deeper, commercial kitchens globally are only utilized 40%, which means over 60% of their capacity goes to waste. Capacity inside their cold storage, dry storage, and even within their kitchen staff. While the industry sees this as a huge problem, we saw it as a solution that solves another issue within the market, which is brands that want to expand to new locations. Every brand wants to reach a new segment, right? And this is how the Kitchify was born. We work with existing brands, injecting their products into excess capacity within kitchens, generating extra revenue for the kitchen owner, and a new delivery location for the brand owner. With brands like these ones being able to open within hundreds of locations across the kingdom, with a really simple onboarding process. One of the brands we like to mention is Zed, a brand that has ready-made sandwiches that managed to expand with us to several locations, which will be opening within the next month, from 0 locations to 4 locations overnight. This is done through a really simple onboarding platform where the brand signs up what excess capacity it wants, and the kitchen on the other side signs up what excess capacity they have. Within a couple of minutes, the matching engine recommends how many locations they can open within a span of a week for them to go live. With our technology, empowering brands to manage their inventory, onboard, do the matchmaking, and expand into facilities like hotels, restaurants, cafes, and even cloud kitchens. With a really simple onboarding model where the brand pays 8% to the fulfillment partner and the restaurant pays a $300 subscription to work with us. Today, we managed to onboard more than 100 branches, giving us access to 3.2 million customers with 0 capital. And actually, last week, we had an agreement with one of the restaurant chains that has 200 locations across Saudi, which will all be included in our platform, with 13 brands signing up to expand into 40 locations starting next January. With a vision to create the largest network of fulfillment partners, but more importantly, to support thousands of entrepreneurs who want to lead sustainable businesses. This is led by a team that exited startups already and worked at huge corporates before. With us having an investment round of $850,000 that we have $300 left from. Thank you.
And now, please welcome with me مثمر مع عبد الرحمن قمصاني.
السلام عليكم جميعا. My name is Abdurrahman Qamsani. I'm co-founder and CEO of Muthmir. Muthmir bridged the intersection between fintech and advertising in Saudi Arabia. We're pioneering this intersection and we see ourselves as a big data company in the future. So what we're doing today is that we have 2 different clients and we're solving a problem for each client. Our first client is brand and merchants. For brands and merchants, they have too many ad channels today. And these channels lack the personalization of whom they're targeting. So the brand cannot specify whom they're trying to target. This is resulting in a huge wasted ad spend. As a matter of fact, in Saudi Arabia alone, last year, there was 300 million wasted ad spend. Our second problem is for financial institutions. Financial institutions today are trying to incentivize their customers into using their card products. And to do that, they're pushing cashback offers to their clients or their users. And these cashback offers are painful. And they are not helping when it comes to in-app engagement for these banks and financial institutions. So how are we solving this? For brands, we provide deep insight and analysis on their customers. We personalize the offer and give the brand the ability to specify whom they want to target. and we guarantee their return on ad spend prior to them starting the campaign with us. How does this work? We give the brands a dashboard in which they can start a campaign, choose the cashback amount, specify the persona of the customer they want to target, down to a very small detail, such as where does this customer buy from? So for example, KFC or a bake can come to me and say, I want to target only KFC customers. How do we do that? Through the transactions that we fetch from banks. We also give them the ability to monitor their app performance, and we give them a deep dive into their customer persona, showing them who's buying from them and when. We also, on top of that, provide them with a sneak peek into their competitors' performance to do a benchmark and see where they're standing. All of that while increasing their shopping and frequency by 29%, average order value by 40%, and guaranteeing the return on ad spend prior to starting the campaign. For financial institution, we turn these cashback offers from being financial institution funded into it becoming merchant funded. And this removes a huge burden from the bank itself. So as an example, one of the biggest digital wallets in Saudi Arabia last year recorded a huge loss, of which hundreds of millions were directly related to cashback. We personalize these offers to each customer individually based on their spending behavior, so they're not a one-size-fits-all offer, and we increase the loyalty. Benchmarking with the US and Europe, such solutions have been proven to increase app logins by 17%, increase the card spend to up to 13%, and personalizing the rewards increase the loyalty for the customer. Thank you so much, and this was it for us.
شكرا جزيلا عبد الرحمن. And now, please welcome with me to the stage, يجي with عبد الكريم العومي.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Abdelkarim Al-Oumi. I'm the CEO and co-founder at TG. I have a friend of mine who moved into a new house, and he got 4 microwaves as a housewarming gifts. And I believe we face a lot of these, as persons, people, especially in Saudi, in our culture, we provide a lot of gifts, we receive a lot of gifts, and this is just a sample of the issues that we usually face or the problems that we come around when we gift or receive gifts. So Yiji is a platform, basically we developed to solve this problem and make the experience of gift giving easy, smooth, and fun. And this is just not just a simple gifting app or a wish list app, somebody call it. What we are actually doing behind the scenes is way much more than that. And now we have a good oversight of trendy products, trending brands. We implemented some big data and AI engines so that the recommendations for the users is way much improved. Also, just to make it clearer in terms of the products that we are offering at TG, we have 3 kinds of products. The first one is the user app, and this is targeted to individuals where they can create a wish list, add the wishes or the gifts that they want and share it with their family and friends. The second product is targeting the B2B clients, so corporate gifting. And under that, we have 2 services. One is the marketplace for mass gifting items, such as brandable swags and whatsoever. And the other one is the gifting as a service, actually a subscription model supporting corporates through their gift-giving process, whether to employees, clients, or partners. The third one is the CSR, which is basically Yiji providing back to the community. And our goal here is to make something like Make-A-Wish organization, partnering up with entities that basically are in that sector. For example, Insan, Ihsan, and the likes of those organizations. How we make money is basically through 3 business model or revenue streams. The first one is sales commission, which is already up and running. The second one is basically marketing ads, and this is for brands to basically market their products and services through the user app or the B2B web app. And the third one, of course, is the gifting as a service. What you see in marketing ads and gifting as a service will be launching 1st of January next year, and we're super excited about that. So the market is huge. Based on an Essential study, it was valuated at $500 billion. And we're talking here about the social commerce, and expected to reach $1.2 trillion by end of 2025. Based on publicly available information we provided by the Saudi Central Bank, we estimated the gifting market in Saudi to be at $4 billion, and we are targeting 25% of that, which is $1 billion. Our traction so far, it's been a great journey since we launched in 2022. We have now more than 15,000 users. Those users are in 54 countries, so we already proved the concept of the global reach. Also, they've added more than 46,000 items into their wish lists. Of course, one also other metric that we track is the virality factor, meaning that each user that downloads the app actually brings us 2.4 more users. And this is to the fact of the virality nature of our app. You create your wish list and then you have to share it to get the value of the app. I'm a KFUPM graduate, industrial engineer. I have a master's degree from Penn State in supply chain and logistics management. Recently, I was the chief growth officer of Hunger Station, and then I did an acting CEO role for 2019, also in Hunger Station. My co-founder, Ayman Al-Zamil, is a Harvard alumni. He has some experience in Al-Ahli Bank and also created his own investment company. He has a few really successful exits. Philip is our CTO and co-founder. Philip is a Boston software engineer from Boston University, worked at IBM for a few years, and then also started his own company in software development. And we were able to acquire really good talents to join us in the team as well. And with that, thank you so much, and let's connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdul Karim. Only with a strong partnership, we can achieve our aims and dreams. Thank you so much to our partner in this accelerator, STV, Wa'ad, Ra'ad Venture. Please give them a big round of applause. And now I would like to invite our entrepreneurs for this accelerator, as well, Engineer Mohammed Rbayaan and Abdullah Shamrani.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us 1 minute to set up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion now is titled Technology That Powers the Future. Our panelists are Rami Qasim, Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer, Beyond Limits, and Dr. Neema Gulsharifi, Chief Executive Officer, NDB. And our moderator is Raif Asiri, General Manager of Market Development and Local Content, MCIT.
Doesn't matter.
Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in this panel. And I'd like to share that this is particularly special for me. Rami, I know you since 2016. We had worked together before. I had the privilege to work with you at GE and Baker Hughes. Neema, I know you since 2010. And we worked together at the London Center for Nanotechnology in London. So this is truly a special moment for me that I'm reunited with you here in Riyadh at TechXpand. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Rami. Thank you, Neema.
Thank you for the invitation.
Our topic today is about a technology that powers the future. And I think both your experience, Neema, and your experience, Rami, share a unique and interesting perspective on this topic. And I'll start with you, Rami. You're an energy industry veteran with multiple decades under your belt in the industry, and now you're a global executive of one of the prominent AI companies globally. How do you see the role of technology in transforming the industry today? What it was before and what it is today, and how technology helped make that shift?
Thank you, Raif, and it's a great honor to be here and partner with you and with all of the colleagues in this very prestigious, I would say, event. Some of us maybe have few years under our belt. After 27 years serving the energy industry between oil and gas and power generation, I'm one of those who have to go through Y2K. I'm one of those who used to go and try to sell a software for a refinery or for a chemical plant as one of the first when it comes to machine learning or comes to predict and read what's happening inside the machine, and then you end up what at that time we used to call dusty keyboard syndrome, where people buy the software but nobody touched the keyboard. And if you think about the last 25 years, where we were and where we are today, I would say the industry evolved, and primarily the user themselves also evolved. So from my perspective, the energy sector in particular have been through multi-phases, but believe it or not, they were one of the first to try, to experiment, to learn. And with time, we move from only looking at what's happening inside the rotor to understanding how the total plant or asset behaving and to where we are right now.
Fantastic. So the role of leadership in large enterprises, in energy sector or in any other sectors, is a pivotal factor in transforming these companies, right? So if the leaders are willing to adopt technology and becoming first adopters and trying to incorporate and implement these solutions within their day-to-day operation, then the overall enterprise and organization would shift and transform into a more digitally advanced state.
Rightly said. It's all about the mindset, it's all about the leadership, and it's all about the willingness to adapt and change. I mean, just think over the last 5 years. Look at how the transformative been the entire sector and what you have seen in the kingdom and so on. And I would say in any industry, in any company as well, equally visible from the leadership. If the leadership adapting to change, adopt and embrace technology, embrace innovation, it will become part of the DNA, is part of the culture, and we have seen it in many corporations, no matter how small or big. I think that's fundamental to your point.
Nicely said. Nima, I'll move to you, and I think we'll start with a very simple question that a lot of us here today, or the people that are watching us, maybe are hearing about for the first time. Nano diamond batteries. This is a fascinating and amazing concept. We'd like you please to tell us more about nano diamond batteries, how they work, what the concept behind it is.
Sure.
So all of us are with you on the same page, or at least we will try to be.
Yeah, I try to go like very simple about it at the beginning. So what we try to use as a resource is nuclear waste, and this nuclear waste holds radioisotopes. So these radiochemicals or radioisotopes are being used, and we are trying to use a transducer. So it's a kind of a semiconductor material, which try to capture the energy through the ionization process. So as simple as that, but I can get deeper and explain a little bit more now. The technology is quite similar to solar cells. The main difference is that we're using, rather than the sunlight, we are using the radiation from these radioisotopes. So it has a couple of benefits. One is that they are climate independent. So if it's dark, it's still working, so we don't have that issue. And the other interesting point is that most of these isotopes, not all, have basically higher longevity than the others. So you have the half-life, and it can be from few years to thousands of years. So that means we can reach a lot of interesting applications, which can go up to thousands of years. So that's basically interesting part from about this technology. There are different mechanisms that we can use to harvest the fast electrons within this technology. One way is basically passing these electrons through a semiconductor, which basically slows them down. And when we are slowing them down, we are able to convert the kinetic energy to electricity. So that's one way. Another way is basically using thermocouple or others, collecting the heat over there. And most interesting one is actually being able to collect the photons over there as well. So this is basically a combination of different type of technologies to bring.
Wow.
It's a matter of efficiency. It has been there, but the point was like it was quite low efficiency. We were talking about 2%. Today we are talking about opportunity of increasing it to 30%, and even in the future we may go to 60%. There was a challenge. The main challenge was the fact that these fast electrons were able to damage the semiconductor over the time. But the way we can basically avoid that is to use liquid semiconductors. They don't have crystals, so they are not damaged. And today there are lots of advancement in that part. Even AI is playing a big role in finding those advancements. And that could actually allow us to go to much higher efficiency in future.
Wow, fantastic. So you mentioned a point that I want to pick on, which is some material have the usability of 1,000 years, you
That's
mentioned?
right, yeah. So some radioisotopes, for instance, actually carbon-14, I'm talking about 25,000 years. But the problem over there is that the power that you have is in micro level, so it's quite low. So the longer the lifetime is, the lower power we're going to have. So that's basically the effort. But there are some other isotopes like promethium or even nickel or others, which basically can go to 100 or 400 of years. So that would be interesting.
Wow, and how does that translate to the interesting concept of a battery that you will never have to recharge?
Yeah, actually, that's the goal. So the goal actually we have right now in Vision is that we have devices that we power and we don't charge them during their lifetime. So we try to select an isotope based on the application that we have. So if you are talking about mobile phones, that's 2 years. So Prometheum is a very good fit for that. So we can select that and do it. I think if you go to electric vehicles, there are a couple of isotopes over there. So you're usually talking about 90 years, which is fascinating. Or when you go to defense applications, for instance, I think drones are quite interesting. And there are isotopes over there that can last for 90 days. But 90-day drone operation, which is not stopping and can go, is fascinating for this industry. So I think it's really groundbreaking, and it can shift the way that we know the energy and transform it.
That's really amazing, and we have a lot more questions in store for you. But we'll shift the conversation a little bit from the hardware aspect to the software aspect in terms of how technology is transforming energy today. And Rami, Beyond Limits, I think, and first of all, it matches the theme of the event today: beyond boundaries, beyond borders, beyond imagination, and beyond expectations. And I think Beyond Limits is a great addition to that, as long as you don't sue us for
Not
any
yet, not yet.
So my question is, I think Beyond Limits has an interesting story of how it was established, how it evolved, where it is today, and how it links to space. And we would love to hear that story from you.
Sure. First of all, believe it or not, when I talk to the founders of Beyond Limits, they used similar to ChatGPT that they developed to come up with the name. So the word Beyond Limits has also been, in a way, innovative the way they used it. And if you look at Beyond Limits, primarily around 6 or 7 years ago, Caltech with the JPL, primarily they were responsible to develop lots of software and lots of AI capability for NASA.
Interesting.
And 7 years ago, there have been a decision basically how to take over $20 billion with hundreds and thousands of very high-end sophisticated software capabilities and commercialize it. So the CTO of the JPL Caltech, basically Mark James, is the founder of Beyond Limits. And you know, the whole idea, the whole concept is how you're going to be able to commercialize and make it available to the industry, to the community, the hybrid AI. And the whole concept and the whole idea of the hybrid AI, that when you send the rover to Mars and you have limited available data to built into the chip, you want that chip or the rover to be smart enough to make a decision while it's in Mars without communicating back to the Earth or without having that data built into it. So that's basically the whole, you know, the whole concept of the hybrid AI. And Beyond Limits is the market leader in that, and our core foundation is around the human, is around reasoning. Anything we do today as a company, it has to be explainable. You need to be able to trace it. You need to be able to provide the reason behind this recommendation. And we're calling today on various tools, whether you're using the ChatGPT and others, the hallucination aspect. And ideally, you want to make sure in the industry, in the space we're in, we address that in a way that we are able to explain it, we are able to trace it. So Beyond Limits is basically around building the capability around the hybrid AI, and at the same time, making sure everything we build, everything we provide is simple. It's simple in a way that you don't need to have an AI engineer to do coding. And that simplicity and that ability to make us more control of our destiny will enable us to provide more cost-effective, more available technology and reasoning. It doesn't need to be inside NASA. It doesn't need to be only for rover. It have to be for the industry we are in.
Fantastic. I really like the human-like reasoning aspect and having traceable evidence that substantiate the recommendation that the machine recommends. And I think that's going to be key, especially when you talk about decisions that are going to impact high-value assets, whether it's within the oil and gas, power generation, aviation, or any other industry that has high-value assets. You would need to have a little bit of, I want to call it trust, in the machine's recommendation. So the reasoning aspect, I think, bridges that gap of trust and enables humans to take a decision with more conscious and approach and with more confidence.
And I think, Raif, let's assume you walk into this venue, this hotel. You need to be able to say, what's the safety precautions? What do I need to do? You need to be able to ask, even if it's first time, and it needs to provide you the details, need to provide you manual, and then if you see something, you need to be able to enter your inputs. To your point, what you said is right on, but I think also the enablement for you to provide more analytics, more data, that's going to help us to keep improving the tool rather than to be generic. Because today, the unexplainability is one of our biggest challenges in everything we see.
So a necessary factor is complementing the machine's capability with codification of human knowledge.
Absolutely. And then you need to be able to see the PDF, the document, the manual, because I need a proof. I need to feel confident whether you are in the finance, in the industry, in a government, and the better. You need to have that visibility to feel confident that this recommendation is supported. And with time, I believe you're going to see more and more of us moving into that, and it will be more reachable and more simple as we go forward.
Fascinating story, and I hope you break this technology into so many other sectors other than space, and I believe you're doing so already. Nima, I'll shift back to you, and we'll go back to nano-diamond batteries. And we spoke about the concept, the possibility, the potential. I want to ask about how far is this technology today from mass production? Are we going to see it in our devices, in our vehicles, in our machines today, tomorrow, 10 years, 100 years in the future?
Our cars?
Yeah. Usually, like, when people give promises, it doesn't happen. So I remember Jeff Bezos doing the... Okay, but in general, I think based on the plan we have, we are thinking we can go for mass production in about 3 to 4 years from now.
Wow.
But it doesn't mean it's going to cover all type of applications. So if you're trying to think about electric vehicles, I think there is public perception over there which plays a big role. The regulatory regime which is existing is quite important as well, so we need to comply with a lot of them, even though some standards are in place, some are not, so we have to be licensed for it, so these could take time. But some other applications, I think it could be quite sooner than that. So when we are talking about, for instance, different type of IoT devices or sensors, I think that could be quite fast. If we are speaking about space applications, that could be fast. And defense sector could be quite fast. So I think that's the main point. But for some other type of applications, maybe we need 7 years from now to get there.
Wow. And is this creating a new segment or sub-segment within the energy storage space, or is this set to replace the standing technology of lithium-ion batteries?
Yeah, so interesting part is our type of technology is constantly generating. So from the day that it's manufactured, it's generating and it's being consumed. So that's one of the main differences we have with lithium-ion batteries. At the same time, lithium-ion batteries potentially have same amount of, or sometimes more, power density than our batteries. In some cases, we have more because of the different type of isotope. But energy density or longevity is the one that we are focusing on, is competitive advantage. But alongside that, what is interesting about our type of technology is that there is no carbon emission out of it, and manufacturing of it has very limited amount of carbon emission as well, while lithium-ion batteries has a lot of that when you're trying to produce it. In addition to that, we are not using any toxic materials. We are not doing kind of like what lithium-ion battery is doing, so you have cobalt over there, it's quite toxic. And more interesting to those factors, the fact that technology that we have could be basically completely sustainable. So that's very interesting, and I think as alternative energy source at the moment could be a factor that can basically over time shifts into something which is can be used every day and inside the different applications.
And what's the most prominent application that you would see for this technology? Today, at least.
Today, so as I said, I think IoT and sensors, space applications, and defense industry are very interesting for it. I really like to see it one day in our mobile phones, for instance. I think that would be very exciting. I know technically it can be happening. We have regulations around sealed sources, which actually we follow those standards, so there should be no problem in that case. But still, I think the public perception is going to be there. We have to work with regulators to bring it to that market.
Wow, fascinating stuff. Rami, I'll go back to you and go back to the energy sector. And specifically, when we speak about energy, there is always the matter of cost efficiency and the competitiveness of the different energy sources when it comes to price. And what that basically entails is accessibility to users, right? And technology must have helped drive the efficiency of energy production down. But what are the main prominent areas or use cases that you believe either have helped in the past or are going to help in the future in optimizing and driving the cost efficiency of energy consumption further down?
I think, first of all, historically, it's been a common practice to have a spare engine or a spare pump, because people always like, if something happened, I need to have a spare machine. Now with the advanced technology, with the ability to have a better job in managing the supply chain, in making sure you have more advanced analytics, you see today that operationally everything is driven with more efficient and more reliable. And we have seen lately a big transformation into sustainability, into renewables, and you have seen the aggressive even cost reduction when it comes to solar and other. And that, in a way, is driven by the ability to manufacture faster, leveraging the robotics capability, using lots of analytics, lots of software, improving quality aspect. And I would say across all of the spectrum, the software and the AI capability is fundamental for that energy saving and for that manufacturing efficiency and our ability even to continue executing what everyone has said from a CO2 reduction or carbon capturing and so on. So in mine or energy storage. So all of that is going to continue and transforming when it comes to the energy sector. Add to it that by nature today, as we go and we add another 1 billion species to the planet, we have an obligation to make sure also we have more efficient way of the way we're running our life. I have seen today one of the colleagues here today, one of the startup presenting the app of better knowledge of your power consumption. That by default is going to be embedded and normal in everything we do and in everything we're managing our life. I think also today, part of what we are executing with like Saudi Aramco, we are Saudi Aramco partner, and we have the Aramco AI corridor for the entire Aramco, which is primarily connecting California with Saudi and building this AI capability. One of the key pillars that we're focusing on with Tariq and with Saudi Aramco is the whole energy efficiency, but also the whole optimization of the operation as we go forward. And that have to be by embedding the knowledge they have built over the last 70, 80 years into the chip, into the way they're operating in order to have that, because 1% is a huge savings, a huge difference.
Absolutely, and I think that's going to be a huge competitive advantage to large energy operators.
Absolutely,
Fantastic.
absolutely.
Nima, in terms of energy access, would we, you talked about solar and renewables and how they may be affected by the factor of intermittency, right? They're not available all the time because there is dependency on what the weather is like on that particular day or that particular week. Whereas nano diamond batteries, the energy is steadily available. So in those specific, and you know, you can, if you talk about energy consumption or power consumption, usually the tricky part is the peak demand, right? So the base demand can be covered with a multitude of different sources, but then if you have surge in demand in a given time, usually this is during the summer months, for example, then the cost of producing energy is a lot higher than what it is for the base demand. So would we see nano diamond batteries in the future being utilized as a reliable and readily available source that provides a steady, constant stream of energy in order to balance the supply and demand and the base and the peak demands?
Actually, very interesting question. To give an answer to that, I should say, in short, we can say that this type of battery could be possibly a backup system for some type of technologies like solar. So when it's not working, you have this backup system over there trying to fill up the energy storage devices that we have. Yes. So in that case, it could be. Alongside that, the energy dependence could be on other type of sources could be less in some cases. For instance, if you consider your devices have integrated power that doesn't need to be recharged during the time, so you're taking a lot of consumption off the grid. So that's something which is happening. If one day this type of technology can go into electric vehicles, the interesting part is that it's constantly producing. So you can plug the electric vehicle back to the grid and provide energy back to the grid. So that means you can supply. And it's going to be decentralized supply to the grid, which is quite interesting. So you can take away a lot of costs, which is happening in general to have a long grids and take those around. And the power, basically, efficiency is going to increase in that case. So in short, I should say the answer is yes, there is such possibilities.
Fantastic. I think we're reaching the last 2 minutes of our discussion, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Concluding words to leave us with, Rami, your outlook for the future and how you see AI playing a role of it, and how you see individuals and enterprises adapting to it, dealing with it, embracing it.
First of all, I want everybody to realize that everything the company is doing and everything you see around you, the human factor will not be replaced by AI. People thinking that the more we implement, the more we move AI, there is going to be this negative impact on the human. I would say it should be the opposite. And my view, the more the hybrid AI and the more knowledge embedded there, you're going to see the human factor in the center of everything related to the AI transformation. It will not and it cannot replace the human factor. The other piece, just the same we experienced in the last few years, the entire transformation for our cell phone devices versus where we are right now, you're going to see on a faster pace everything related to the chat GPT, or everything related to the AI, to the cloud, and so on. But we as a region, as companies, ensuring that all the knowledge we need, that it's in the brains of people who have 4 years experience and so on, embedded into the way we're operating, and we are protected from any, I would say, outside factor, because cybersecurity is fundamental. So you're going to see fast moving with these two things basically monitored carefully as we go into that. But hybrid AI and AI transformation will never replace the human knowledge. It has to be a center of everything we do.
Yeah, I think that's a positive outlook. A human factor is key, and technology complements and enables the human capability to
absolutely.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Nima, same question. Your outlook to the future. What do you think is next for nano diamond batteries?
I think Rami actually pointed very well. So AI is a tool that could really help the advancement in materials. And that's where energy storage devices right now are going. So you have a lot of advancements over there, and a lot of different solutions are coming. For instance, I heard Stila Nano made a contract with Panasonic, or steel oxide energy storage device, and so on. But I think the most important factor that we have to focus on about the future of this solution is the sustainability of them, environmental friendliness of them, and in general the impact they have on the environment. So those are really important factors that we have to look into. And that basically requires a collaborative effort between governments, big corporations, and even the funding sources which are existing. So the way that this market is going to be moving, I think, is really dependent on these factors. And without them, I don't see a bright future, but I'm quite optimistic at the same time.
This has been an amazing discussion. I wish we can stay longer and converse. But Rami, Nima, thank you so much for joining us today.
No,
thank you for joining me in this.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Very well event. Thank you. Very proud.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed. Please allow us 30 seconds to set up the stage. Our keynote is titled Space Beyond Technology. Presented by Frank Salzgeber, Vice Governor for Space, Communications, Space and Technology Commission.
Thank you. Salam alaikum. So for all who is not here in the audience, it's bad for them, it's good for you. We heard in the previous session about space, AI, future, predictive future, human, and I will take that up. The space sector is known as being leading, and a lot of people saying it's a small sector, but I want to show you that space is part of your everyday life, and I take only one application out of that. Let me start. Space is, of course, you see it as astronauts from bottom down, so from human eyes, from the space station. We had Rihanna and we had Ali on the space station. You have to see, there are even business models to saying going on space station during Ramadan, because in every 90 minutes you rotate out of Earth, so maybe in 2 days all Ramadan would be gone. So it's maybe a futuristic business model, but I don't speak about human spaceflight today. I speak about something else. Predicting the future. This is something everybody wants to have in investment, in a startup company. What is the next trend? What we want to do? And there are two ways normally people try to predict the future. The first, they have this ball, they look inside, and they come up with dreams and what you should do and what can do, write it down and sell it to the people. If you're not creative yourself, you have another choice, what we like also to do. You go to consultants and ask them, what is the future? I have the bad news for you. They use method one. They take the crystal ball, they make a benchmark, they mix it, they give it to juniors, and they tell, this is the future. I want you to explain and show to you there's a third way we all use without knowing. It's taking space. It's taking satellites in orbit looking down to Earth. Who has used this technology the last week of you? Okay, 1, 2. And I said, you all have done it. You predict the future with space technology, with Earth observation. It's the weather forecast. Taking Earth observation, looking into the past, taking a little bit, not even crazy AI, just normal Earth observation, AI models, put it together, and you know what the weather will be like. We know it's 90, 80% ready when it comes 2 weeks, 1 week, but it works normally pretty good at the next day. We know we need a rain jacket or not. We need more sun cream when we go to the beach, and so on. But Earth observation can do much, much more. And I will explain you in the next 10 minutes. Without Earth observation, we were not even holding events like COP28, COP27, and before. Without Earth observation, we would not even know that we have a climate change and problem. Because Earth observation is the X-ray for the patient Earth, for the doctor mankind. But Earth observation can do so much more. At the moment, the people say, yeah, what is the resolution? So normally what you get at the moment, legally, when you're not military, you get 15 centimeters. 15 centimeters once a day. So this is what you get at the moment. This was 20 years ago, something only the Pentagon and the spy programs were getting. 5 centimeters, this is something people believe some organizations in the world can get. But the satellite image is much more than the visible lights what we see. A satellite image, I would explain it, is like a lasagna. Yeah? So Italy border, where I've grown up in Austria, this is about 1.5 hours, and my kids love lasagna. Lasagna is layers, layers of different layers. And then you have meat inside, you have cream inside, and so on. And a satellite image is the same. A satellite image, one, normally has up to 350 layers. Visible light, invisible light, and a certain resolution. But it's more than a lasagna because we speak about a 4-dimensional system, because you can go back in time. You go into the past. How was my satellite image in the past? And when you put it all together, you get a data model which is 4-dimensional. You have a location. So forget the lasagna maybe. Maybe I have another example. There's an open data portal in New York, and they combine about 1,500 tools and data sets. And that's much more than Earth observation. You see the picture which you have. You see where vegetation or not. You see transportation maps. You can even go back in history. You see the smoke? That was 9/11. And you can even say what is the aging population and the average of population age in the different areas of New York. You can even see where are on Friday most traffic jams and where on Friday most speeding tickets are given. There was one case, they also figured out there was one place where there was no parking problem or law or prediction, but still parking tickets were handed out. The sign was missing. So this is something you figure out if you take space data to transportation. Give me other examples. It shows where we are and what is changing. This is Vienna Airport, and you see the parking lot is full. Some planes. A year later, parking lot is empty. The planes are there. The nice part is you can do that on a daily basis. In some satellites, you can even do it more than one per day. You can see who's flying where, which plane is parked, which is not, which car is on the car park and not. It's all about what, where, and when. And the good thing is you don't have to be a big engineer to take this. There are already companies like Orbital Insights, and we're discussing something similar here in the kingdom with the players and this National Space Company. You take part of the heat map, you select which destinations you want to have. This is the Central Park, Times Square. These are the touristic spots of New York. And you tell once a week, once a day, how many people are going there or not. It gives you live data about tourist places. The same you can do about office buildings. How many people go to the office buildings? What is the frequency? And there you see COVID, it drops down. Why this information is interesting? Because you can predict the future. If you're a real estate company, you want to know where you buy. If the business goes up, or is the business going down? The same you do with car, population. The same you can do with Amazon. In Amazon, you're looking to the 290 Amazon delivering centers across America, and you cover the time. This has an impact to the share price. You know exactly, you see that one goes down, that was Christmas, where most of the people were at home, shopping received before. This is viable information for all the supply chain that you have, all based on Earth observation and AI. One of N applications you can do. And the same is with the oil price. It's a standard tool for high-speed trading. There's a standard AI where you're looking every week, you get a report, every day you get a report, every hour you report. What is the stand of the oil shelters? How many ships are on the world with AIS, which is a satellite system, and how many ships are in front of Rotterdam? This tells you exactly how much crude oil is on the planet, on the move at the moment, and will be arriving maybe in 5, 4 to 1 days. By combining Earth observation with statistic data, other data, and the right AI and the right brains, you got the information you need to predict what will happen. Real estate. This is a picture of San Francisco. There's the Millennium Tower. I don't know if somebody knows the Millennium Tower. There's nobody has a property, hopefully, there, because Millennium Tower was built 2009. I even met a guy who had a property there, but sold it in time. It's about 200 meters tall. It's about 58 floors, and it has one problem. It's sinking. You don't want to have property. I think everybody's bright enough. Not property on a tower which is sinking. And the Millennium Tower was sinking 40 centimeters already. So there was a fleet of Earth observation satellite, Copernicus from the European Union that time, to February 2015 and September 2016. And they took radar data. And by radar data, you see the change. So if it has red dots, it means 40 centimeters. Green is good. If blue, it's above 40 centimeters. And you do the same as entire San Francisco. You see every building which is moving by millimeters. So you do remote asset controlling. Why you want to have that? Because there are companies signing invoices for big construction sites, and you want to know, is the cellar or the roof already built? Is that pipeline, is that bridge already built? With Earth observation, you put it automatically in your data room and predict the future, what is there. The same goes with Africa, with agriculture. That was a project where you see the time span in agriculture and a project 100 kilometers away from Cairo in Egypt. And it's still in the visible light, but the power is not in the visible light. The power is in the invisible light or false images when we return it, because what we see here is green and desert. That's pretty cool. We know what's going on. But with the invisible light, you see the quality of soil, the humidity level. You see even stress of the crops. By doing this, you predict how much crops you will have. Until the past, all the agriculture reports in the US, you know how they're made? Once a year? On paper. Online survey. You look to the past, but you want to know the future. To have a project on AI and an application on Earth observation to predict how much biomass is generated, how many crops you will produce after a storm, is there impact or not? This is normally work of an hour when you have the right Earth observation platform. I'll give you another example. We spoke about power. There's a company who was building LiDARs, lasers, into the nozzle of the windmills. Why this is so important? Because if you have a storm, the windmill shuts down. But if it's a peak, you want to harvest it. The problem in the electrical grids with the renewable will be balancing the grid. By the way, you also take a time signal from Earth observation for that, for GNSS, our time signal from the navigation satellite to manage the grid. Managing the grid is the biggest problem when it comes to renewable, because sun is shining, sun is not shining, wind is coming, wind is going. Predicting the future defines what will be produced in 1 or 2 minutes. The same, and this is a super old project. This is a shrimp farm, fish farm in the shore of Jeddah at the Hedges. And the plan is about to have 600,000 tons of fish and shrimps produced by 2030 in the kingdom. What do you do? How you measure the water quality? You send a guy, you send a staff and measure it. This is done by Earth observation. In the invisible infrared light, in the haptospectral light, you see already there's a problem with the water. So you treat the problem before it causes a problem, before it causes loss. Earth observation, the right AI, one project, one customer who's happy. The same as with CO2 emissions. Do you know how CO2 emissions are measured at the moment? Paper, survey. I'm not sure if they're always right or wrong what they measure, if they're always trustful. This you want to do by Earth observation. We have here in the kingdom the Carbon Voucher Company. We have a very leapfrog, I would say, stock exchange. Why we don't have a company like Moody's with saying, okay, is this emission or is this carbon capturing, voluntary carbon capturing project really having an impact? Are there trees? You going to that forest and measure the trees? No. You do that all on Earth observation. You measure how much biomass is generated. You make this data visible. You make a proof of concept. You put a stamp on that, and being the gold standard when it comes to carbon capturing. Earth observation gives you the power to show it, to count, and to be visible. Last but not least, we heard about ChatGPT. This is an application we try to bring to the kingdom. You don't have to be a programmer. At the moment, it was low code. You go to companies to Up42, Cloudeo, Amazon Web Service. But the first companies, you type it in. And this is an application where you type in, show me the place where this ship was crashed in the Suez Canal. And the computer finds the pictures, finds the location, and you just chat with the engine. And Earth observation goes from low code to no code. I want to give you one message back. When you go to IT, AI, cloud, predicting the futures. It's not about predicting the futures in 100 years. Sometimes it's good enough to predict the futures in days, weeks, months. Controlling the supply chain, controlling your logistic, your real estate. Space is much closer than you think. And maybe somebody remember always who said there's one more big thing? So there was a gentleman I had the pleasure to work with in the 90s. Steve Jobs always said that. And he had a very nice saying about the future. If you want to predict the future, the best way is invest into it. Thank you so very much.
Our third accelerator. I'm not quite sure before announcing our third accelerator, you are still in your energy. So please give me a big round of applause for everyone still staying with us in this room. Our third accelerator is Tech Champion. Let's know more about it from the Director of Entrepreneurship Enablement, Nasser Kthiri. تفضل. حياك.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests. First, I would like to welcome you all to the highly anticipated Tech Champions 3 Demo Day. In 2019, the groundbreaking journey of Tech Champions started. A year later, Tech Champions 2 took the stage. Both programs graduating more than 138 startups with a total investment exceeding 44 million riyals. Building upon this success, today marks the third Tech Champions Demo Day. This exceptional program containing 3 accelerators from 3 different fields: environmental sustainability technology in partnership with the Ministry of Environment, tourism in partnership with the Ministry of Tourism, and last but not least, metaverse in partnership with Wide Venture. This exceptional program have supported and nurtured 44 startups with total investment exceeding 44 million riyal. For further insight, I'm going to invite Omid, the managing partner of Flag and Play. Hello, Omid.
Thank you. Hey everybody, how y'all doing? My name is Omid Maharimfar. I'm managing partner Europe, Middle East, Africa here at Plug and Play. And it's an honor to be here today because between our teams and the MCIT teams, as well as other constituents we'll talk about later, the effort that has gone into building this platform to create an enabling tool, resource, landing pad for Saudi entrepreneurs, regional entrepreneurs, and global entrepreneurs to scale in the Saudi market has been truly a success story. So let's just jump into it. So first things first, let's talk about timelines. We did a lot. So over the course of the program structure, we got in about 600 active applications, many of which were global, to participate in this program that was broken into 3 tracks: Web3, tourism, and of course, environmental sustainability as a key topic. And the rush of applications we got very organically came as a surprise. But we managed to narrow it down after difficult reviews with top-tier talents to the top 44 companies. And with that, they spent 3 months of a cohort whereby they got continuous membership, mentorship, coaching, workshops, deal flow sessions for investment and business development scalability purposes to really enable them to hit new thresholds, metrics, and objectives as part of their growth. But what were the advantages in the program to the startups? So as I briefly mentioned, our teams managed to work with MCIT to put together a framework to empower startups and provide over 900,000 SAR in grants to really help enable these companies to reach new goals, objectives, whether it's for staffing, development, or technical purposes. Mentors and supervisors, we managed to bring in global talent from within Plug and Play and through our extended network to really give the right guidance, advice, reflections to entrepreneurs to know how they can monetize and advance their startups moving forward. Of course, we all like investments. So also, which we'll talk about later, we were a major enabler in helping companies secure financial commitments to go to their next round, whether it was going from Series A to Series B to Series C, but we looked at ourselves as a launch pad to really help gain access to that. And of course, specialized tools, either by virtue of perks, benefits, grants, technical tools that Plug and Play, MCIT, and other key strategic partners had access to for the companies. So, you know, everyone likes talking mumbo jumbo, like a bunch of high-level stuff, but what it really comes down to is the numbers. What did we achieve? And there are more than this after in following slides, which I'll show off later. But for now, let's keep it to more high-level ones. Our companies were able to secure 34 million SAR of total investments over the course of the program. So in the span of 3 months, with maybe an extra month of additional support, 34 million SAR was secured for our 44 companies. 900K in grants directly between the main partners of the platform under MCIT's purview. But we also got an additional 5 million SAR in additional grants for the companies that went through the cohort. We did a total of 46 workshops, which involved leaders of industry or experts of industry domestically in the kingdom, or who have participated from MCIT or Plug and Play's immediate and extended network from abroad to come in and provide further value. So 200 hours of mentorship. It was a quick study time. If you want to think Harvard summer course on steroids, that's pretty much what it was. 63 key strategic deal flows with targeted business entities, investors, highly curated to enable these companies to succeed for their next steps. 71 jobs generated, and that is a key metric we care about here, because what really elevates a platform, a country, a nation, an economy to become an entrepreneurial hub is the stimulation of job opportunities, market opportunities, investment opportunities. So amongst all of this, the 44 companies, the 5 million SARs, and 13 of the startups landed funding during the course of the program. So from a pure statistical perspective, 13 of the 44 companies were able to secure their next round of funding, leveraging the Tech Champions cohort as a key launchpad to achieve such key milestones. So let's do a quick breakdown on where these companies were focused on. So as I said earlier, we had about 15 companies in the environmental sustainability space, 17 of the companies in the metaverse space, it's always a hot topic, and 12 companies in the tourism sector, of which we had, just a quick snapshot, 31 of the companies were based domestically. Fun fact, our original objective with MCIT was to primarily focus on 100% kingdom-based companies. But when Plug and Play and MCIT, and we rolled out our call for applications, we got a 50-50 aggressive inbounds of foreign companies, whether regional, pan-European, Americas, Asia-based, looking to expand into the kingdom as a landing pad. And because of the demand, we had to accommodate. So we expanded the program to allowing about 5 GCC companies to join the platform, 5 European companies to join the platform, 1 African company to join the platform, as well as 1 Pakistani company to join the platform, right across the pond. So the program tracks. All right, there we go. So all in all, from the 34 million SAR that was secured in funding in the span of 3 months, 10 million SAR was dedicated towards our tourism as well as the metaverse tracks, and 14 million was designated towards startups that went through our sustainability track. So all in all, I wanted to say a quick thank you. In the span of 3 months, what our teams have jointly achieved to empowering entrepreneurs domestically, regionally, and internationally. We're already making and creating together big ambitions for the 2024 year. So with that being said, I'd like to extend a wholehearted thank you to the Ministry of Communications and IT, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Environment, Water, and Agriculture, Sidwa Program, Ignite, and Wa'ad Aramco for their trust in Plug and Play, and inshallah, ya Rab, the continued trust that we'll experience together going into 2024. Once again, my name is Omid Mahanfar. I'm with Plug and Play. Come talk to me. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much. Let's watch together a short video about this accelerator. Thank you so much. And now, with our first entrepreneur, please welcome to the stage, with us, with a very warm welcome, Net Zero Mohammed Al Khalid.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Khalid, and we are here to make the Middle East green. Because the world is fighting climate change. And nature-based solutions is one of the solutions that is going to worth more than $300 billion every year. But this is not fully unlocked yet, because most of the projects lack transparency. And the carbon crediting scheme has a rigorous process, and the role of the public is often overlooked or underutilized. With this challenge comes an opportunity, and in Saudi Arabia, there's something called the Middle East Green Initiative, where they plan to plant 50 billion trees in the coming decades. And that's why we're here. We want to enable companies, individuals, government, invest in high-quality environmental and social projects in a transparent manner. Thanks to our technology, we're able to measure each tree that we are planting across the kingdom and Middle East.
Next one.
Using mix of ground-level data, drones, and satellite to measure how much carbon we are removing from each tree that we plant. And then we help companies visualize this impact using our tree mapping solution. And then we are, and that's the good news, that we are the first to move in the region, and we are set to scale and cover the entire Middle East in just 2 years, thanks to our proprietary and innovative technology. Our competitive edge is in our technology, because unlike most of our competitors, we use machine learning and AI to help us measure the carbon of each individual tree that we plant rather than an area. And the good news is that by the end of this year, we're on track to plant more than 500,000 trees across the kingdom and remove more than 6,000 tons of CO2. And this is reflected in our finances, because in our first year of operation, we're already profitable, our margins are very healthy, and we are growing exponentially. Our team are very passionate about sustainability, and we're aiming to see a future where each tree counts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And now, please welcome with me a very warm welcome to Ghazal Abdulrahman Al-Hashimi.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Abdulrahman Al-Hashimi from Ghazal, micro-mobility startup based in Saudi Arabia. What you can see here is a volcano. While this, let me tell you, prior to 1815, people had two modes of transport, leg power or horsepower. Up until 1815, a volcano erupted in Indonesia, resulting in a year without summer, affecting horses to starve. In 1817, an individual, a German individual, invented the first scooter in its early form, which looked like a pedal-less bicycle. A century from his creation, where the scooter market was booming in the USA, children were able to create their own scooters using recycled wood. A jump to modern day, 2023, we have seen a major advancement in the technology where scooters are electrically powered. We are able to connect to them using phones, softwares. We are able to track where they are going. We are able even to calculate how much carbon we are saving out of them. So we are at Ghazal, at the forefront of this industry in Saudi Arabia, and we are aiming to cater 3 items: improved transportation, better healthy lifestyle, and sustainable future in the country and in the region. Our users with our strategic partners, they were able to travel 5.9 million kilometers of distance, resulting in 564 ton of carbon emission saved, resulting in 38.2 million calories burned. The way we monetize our product is in 4 different ways across 3 different models, B2B, B2C, and B2G. And that's using usage-based rental, bulk lease, advertising, and subscription. This innovation and business model allow us to cater for a wide range of users. This is a few list of our strategic partnerships, corporates such as STC, Roshan, Kidana. So what lies ahead for the scooter industry and what we see the vision will be happening in the industry is it will have huge advancements in the technology itself. For example, in the battery manufacturing, where batteries will have less charging time and will have longer life cycles, which in turn have energy efficiency, autonomy, for example, self-balancing scooters, self-parking scooters, even object avoiding, increasing the safety for users and riders, and the connectivity with smart cities. So we are at Ghazal not only looking to be the forefront in the industry in Saudi Arabia, but we are also riding the change in transformation in line with Vision 2030. And we are promoting every new destination that has sustainability goals. And just to name a few, we have King Salman Park, Qiddiya, the line reaching 0 carbon emissions by 2060. We have Expo World Cup. So ride with us towards sustainable future, be Ghazal. And if you are interested in our investment opportunity, I will be at the booth. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Abdurrahman. And now, please welcome with me to the stage, Nabt Abdullah Al-Ataibi.
No. Okay, now it's good. So hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Ataibi. I'm the founder and CEO of NAPT, and today I look forward to give you a fruitful presentation. NAPT was founded... Okay, so NAPT is a B2B marketplace that connects farmers to retailers. NAPT was founded in a farm with a real farmer. This is Abu Muhammad. Abu Muhammad share a struggle similar to other 40,000 farmers in Saudi Arabia. So their problem is unfair and unstable prices, lack of transparency and stability of prices, and high percentage of waste. As you can see at the top, this is the current supply chain where farmers cannot sell directly to retailers and retailers cannot buy from farmers. This has resulted in all of them has to go to central market, which basically involve a lot of middlemen or multiple layers that impact the final price and quality of the product. In NAPT supply chain, we're connecting both from retailers to farmer directly. We offer fulfillment as well. So a B2B marketplace that connects farmers to retailers, delivery in under 12 hours. We manage both sides of invoices and efficient supply chain using data and AI. We provide credit and digital payment solution. We also provide data and sales forecasts so farmers can reduce waste. Also, we provide daily and weekly subscriptions. And again, we also provide traceability of the fresh produce so you know who harvested, who transported to you. Our technology is built completely on cloud and in-house. Our target audience are basically all producers and also food importers, and our retailers are hotels, restaurants, and basically everyone that use fresh produce on daily basis. We are targeting Riyadh, and we're targeting to capture 5% in Riyadh. We have a minimum order of 750, which yield around 1 million in the first month. This is our existing partners today. We serve to Subway, Maglub al-Dahna, and another 20 customers as well. Our go-to-market strategy is basically focusing on door-to-door visits and also partnership with farmers and retailers, as well as a dedicated sales team to promote the farmers' produce. Our business model is simple. We take 20% on every purchase made on Nept. This is the team that made Nept a success story. And this is our board of advisors that complement our team skills and expertise. Last year was the building year for us, and this year we already launched. This is the data of our soft launch, and the numbers are quite outdated at the moment. We have 3 trucks right now. We have more than 22 customers, and we have delivered more than 1,000 orders, and also generated, by the end of the year, we'll get close to 1 million. Our growth rate is more than 40%, and we have, by now, more than 400 registered retailers and more than maybe 80 or 90 farmers. We have raised our first seed. We closed 70% of the round, and if you're interested to join our round, please meet us at the booth. Nept Marketplace was the starting point. Also, we are planning to offer lending soon. We found out that farmers actually need some funding, as well as retailers, and also modern farming, and soon, inshallah, we'll have our own distribution stores. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. And now, with IX Meta, with Rawan Al-Maqbil.
Allow me to start by sharing a problem that you guys already know about. Organizations in construction, medicine, oil and gas spend and waste millions towards their training. Why? Is because they're required to provide necessary tools and equipments and machines. These machines are not just difficult to find, but in fact very expensive, which is why we are here. My name is Rawan Al-Maqbil. I'm the founder and CEO of IX Meta. What do we do basically is that we utilize the latest technologies of virtual reality, mixed reality, to provide an immersive training where trainees will not need anything but wear a headset, access an environment, meet their trainers anywhere around the world, and can teleport to different locations and train on 3D simulators that can replace these difficult machines. Today, the VR market is actually worth billions of riyals. The biggest tech companies that you know of today are not making PCs and computers anymore. In fact, they're making their own VR headset. What we do basically is that we provide customizable VR training for government entities. At the same time, we're looking to establish a revenue-based business model with relevant academies. In fact, we have already started speaking to these academies, looking for partnerships, and currently working on pilots to acquire our customers. Today, we are a Saudi company. We provide cutting-edge technology, local-based content in Saudi Arabia. This is giving us a regional advantage to compete against our international competitors. So far, the largest companies we have won the trust of the largest organizations of today. We are working on a pilot with the Raya Gate Academy. This is helping us project our next 3 years plans and projections, making more than 19 million riyals in year 3. And today, you're looking at the experts of technology VR and 3D simulating design, and we are currently ready to implement all of our strategies, secure actually tech patent, and work on expanding our operations. For that, we acquire or ask for $600,000 US in our first round. And lastly, I want to say this is not about technology. This is about the future of our economy. Speak to me more in our booth, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rawan. And now, please welcome with me to the stage, Savir with Ahmed Misha'ala.
Hello everybody, this is Ahmed Masha'ala from Savir Company. Savir stands to Saudi Virtual Labs. So we are a training solution provider for different sectors, universities, schools, health centers, and even for usual companies. Sorry, how to return back? Okay. Okay. Using our experience in the field, we found some problems that caused the limitation for the trainer to try different kinds of experiments. One of them is equipment cost and safety concerns and space needed. So we came up with some solutions with better engagement and better safety and of course flexibility, which allows the trainer to do this in different ways. And also the most important one is a customized one. So we let each trainer to try his own personal experience, and this will help in the evaluation and will help also for the involve and encourage them for better skills. The global VR market is huge. It's about 60 billion of TAM and also 4 billion for some, and it's increasing by 20% per year. How we are working? We have two business models. First one is our SaaS with monthly subscription fees, and also we have B2B AR VR projects. Our market strategy, we are concentrating now for two main sectors. 80% for K-12 education and 20% for the higher learning and other training solutions. Now we have many advantages over our competitors, like interactivity, flexibility, and also the technology used. We have established in 2022, and we have target at the end of 2024 to reach more than 5,000 licenses. This is our financial projection, and we will be happy to discuss with any interested people. I will be here, so please just come and let's have a talk. With over than 27 years of experience, combined experience, me and my partner have created a great team, specialized one. We have offices here in Riyadh and also in Jordan, and we have almost 14 full-time employees. Now we are in seed level, and we are open for raise fund of about $1 million, and this will be used for product development and for sales and marketing operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now, our next entrepreneur, MetaCode Mohsen Tariq. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hi, my name is Mohsen. I'm founder and CEO of MetaCode. We develop immersive experiences. We develop enterprise metaverse solutions. We have developed a different type of strategies on onboarding experience for a new employees. So the new employee journey, it's one of the fastest. It is one of the fastest onboarding experience that we are developing on the metaverse. Metaverse actually help people to reduce the efforts from 15 steps to 5 steps. We can do all type of integrations on our platform. We do white glove services for the customers. It's end-to-end service. There is a huge market size of metaverse is increasing each year. Our our business model is B2B, that is virtual online experiences. And our recurring amounts are each year we are charging for the server hosting and developing. We are already into the market since 1 year. We launched our services and we are looking for the partners and success people to help us to go to the market. Our journey started since July 22. And from July 22 till today, we have passed all our stages on registering our company to partnerships and to develop our strategies. These are some of our clients. Within 1 year, we gained trust of all our clients on onboarding experience and virtual experience on Metaverse. Our first year sales reached to 1.7 million reals. This is our first year. We are expecting to hit 30 million in our next 3 years. Our team is highly qualified for building the Metaverse. We are bootstrap company. We are looking for partners. We are looking for mega projects and looking to expand ourselves in the Saudi market. We invite investors to visit our booth and to discuss on the upcoming strategies. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now, please welcome with me to the stage, VR Vision with Abdulrahman Al-Mufti.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. VR Vision is a digital marketing agency that helps real estate businesses to promote their projects in all stages. Thank you. So VR Vision is a digital marketing agency that helps real estate businesses to promote their projects in all stages of the project, using our VR technology and 360 tools. The Saudi vision is to increase up to 70% ownership of the units and houses. That means more than 2 million units will be constructed, and that need a huge work of real estate marketing. And here where it's come, the problems we have in the market. As we know, the real estate developers have, in order to sell, he has to build his own mock-ups, but mock-ups are very expensive. And also, it will be a zero personal customization for the customer. On the other hand, the customers are not able to fully understand the space that he has to buy in the future because of the traditional methods of real estate marketing. So our solution, VR Vision, is revolutionizing the way that real estate developer interact with his customers. Now, the real estate developer is able to build, to sell his property in all stages of the projects. And also, regarding to the customers, he will be able to fully customize and personally customize as per his own needs related to the material, to the furniture for his future property. So our products are 3D VR and 360, and all of that could be presented in any touchscreen or even our mobilized and customized kiosk. The market size is very huge in Saudi. So now in 2021, real estate developers had spent on marketing only for real estate $1.5 billion. And it's increasingly year after year. Our business model is very simple. We have the flat price for the projects, which is B2B solutions, and also we have the monthly subscriptions and commissions. You might see something similar in the market, but we are the only one who adopt the project to be marketing from the starting point and idea until the last selling point. Our projections is that during 5 of these months, we have been able to gain 5 projects with revenue of $40,000, and we are expecting to have in the upcoming 6 months 13 projects with $130,000. So it's me, Abdurrahman Mufti, and my co-founder, Mustafa Azzouz, with a combined experience of 21 years in the real estate, VR, and construction. We have founded VR Vision. So we are asking for $300,000 for a runway from 16 to 18 months, and will be distributed wisely as per the donut chart. Those are our Broadly clients. Please visit us on the booth, and we are looking forward to have a partnership with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now, with our 8th entrepreneur, please welcome with me Darient with Hanin Sbai.
No. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Hanin Sbai. I'm the founder and CEO of Darient. So Darient is a PropTech and daily rentals and accommodation that started in Saudi Arabia and now operating in 15 cities across Saudi Arabia. So why did we start it now? It's a great opportunity now to invest in the tourism sector and the PropTech sector, because Saudi Arabia is now investing $1 trillion of investment in this industry, and it's one of the biggest and the highest growing industries worldwide, eating 11% of the hotel industry. Secondly, now we are targeting 150 million visitors per year. So what's the problem if this is all a great opportunity? The problem is the financial cycle that happened in that industry. It's very hard and difficult to track. Secondly, the high demand that happened in that market created a high demand in that industry, which caused the shortage of accommodation and the lack of operation management system for people who want to grow in that industry. To give an example, we will give an example in one city that's targeted by the tourism is Al-Ula. Al-Ula have more than 500,000 visitors coming to see Al-Ula this year, and this is what's available for them to stay in. 19 places in Airbnb and 8 places on Booking. The average night was hitting 10,000 Saudi Riyal per night. And this is only beginning, because by 2030, there will be more than 2 million visitors just for this city in the season. So what's the solution? There will be one platform for all, a SaaS system to help the host who wants to grow in that industry faster, and a variety of properties to help you choose in, and a multiple payment methods. The market is huge. We are targeting in Saudi Arabia alone $1 billion market, and in the MENA it will be $20 billion. Our business model is very simple. We're talking about 15% from each reservation and 20 to 30% from the property management that we provide. And these are the upcoming, inshallah, business model next year. The subscribe for the host with the data system and the local experience. We see ourselves between our competitors as the marketplace and the property management system. So this is our location between them, and our competitive advantage is the marketplace with the property management and the host system. We are very proud this year that we have provided a one-of-a-kind product that's created in the MENA region. We are the only platform in the MENA that ensures the property and the people who are staying in that property and the content of that property up to 2.5 million insurance, Saudi Riyals. Our product is live. Please, next time when you're coming to Riyadh or any city in Saudi Arabia, consider Darient as one of your marketplace to choose your accommodation. Our traction in this year is 4,000 hosts, 5,000 total booked nights, 15 cities, $1 million of GBV. Our roadmap is very clear. Inshallah, next year in the Q3, this time we will be in 30 cities and hitting more than 8 million GBV. We have closed a couple of years ago around a pre-seed round with $1 million with Wathiq and Alkiz and the Rams, and these are the accelerators that helped us a lot. Now we are in the middle of a seed to help us expand more, and we are raising $3 million. If you're interested to join us, please contact us. This is all couldn't be happen without the great guys in our team, 25 talents who have built Darent, and these are the key people. Thank you so much. Please, if you need any questions or any contact, we will be in our booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Haneen. And now, with Tachyon Abdurrahman Ijabo. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hello everybody, nice being here. My name is Abdurrahman Ijabu. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Tachyon. Tachyon is a B2B digital logistics platform. Our motto is digitizing logistics, therefore adding convenience to the process, saving time and cutting costs for all the stakeholders involved. If we look at the B2B logistics scene in Saudi and the region, we find it highly fragmented, lots of stakeholders being negatively affected, issues around service levels, trucks availability, price volatility, and absence of visibility, as well issues around complying with regulations around integration and the value-added services being fragmentedly offered to the market, therefore economies of scale not utilized. At Tachyon, we have two-sided market, shippers and carriers. So for shippers, we give them access to plus 15,000 trucks. We cover 25 types of trucks. We improve their visibility, therefore their decision-making process. We also give them the integration with their internal system, and we bundle the fragmented services. For carrier, we give them a pre-vetted load and qualified loads from different shippers. We give them the tool to comply with the regulation through our integration with public transport authority portals. We give them a free TMS, and we bundle the fragmented services as well. We have two business models. The first one is the Uber-like service model, the truck aggregation, where we pre-qualify the transporters. We oversee the entire process. Our take rate there is 15%, pay-as-you-go transactional. The other business model is the Tachyon TMS, our SaaS model. This is subscription model, a pricing per seat, where it helps suppliers and shippers to manage their fleet and improve their visibility. We were incepted last year, so in our first year, we generated revenue of 1.2 million USD. Our second year, we are generating around 2.1 million USD. We want to keep on growing even more aggressively in the coming years. Worth mentioning that Q1 24 will start generating positive net profits. If we look at the market, Middle East market size, it's massive. We're talking about 52 billion total addressable market. If our product can touch only 1% of the sum, it can generate 140 million USD in revenues. Obviously, initiatives like Saudi Vision 2030 acts like a catalyst for a solution like ours. CAGR for logistics sits at 6%. CAGR for digital logistics sits at a massive 20%. Our enterprise customers love us. We have a very low churn rate. We work with government bodies, private sectors. We're industry agnostic, so we work with companies across the spectrum. We differentiate ourselves from the existing landscape by providing a one-stop shop, the integration with the government, and the free TMS we give to our stakeholders. Our product offering includes our user-friendly cloud-based platform and our driver mobile app that supports 4 languages. Our traction highlights include interesting metrics such as 20% average month-on-month revenue growth. More than 250 companies showed up to register in our platform. We've built a little bit more than 3.2 million since our inception. Our co-founding team brings total experience of plus 65 years of experience in technology, logistics, supply chain. We have experience in scaling products, services, and greenfield operation as well. Last year, we raised our first round, pre-seed 1.2 million USD. This year, we're planning to raise our seed round of 2 million USD to keep developing our platform, keep growing in Saudi Arabia and penetrate other countries and scale to 6 million in revenues next year. Join us to help us digitize the logistics industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abdulrahman. And now, please welcome to the stage with me, Spiders with Majd Zeki. Please welcome him.
A tourist will never enjoy a hectic experience. Saudi opened its door and called for tourism. As Spiders, we enable people to move around in easy, eco-friendly, and affordable, to nourish the experience in the easiest way possible. Today, the government is supporting many industries, and they are really growing fast. And some challenges are occurring, from parking, congestion, traffic, pollution, and more. Our all-in-one solution supports many industries in different aspects: first and last mile transportation, short trips, last mile delivery, and many more. We have from two-wheel to four-wheel scooters to solve every use case in that manner. And our unique three-wheel scooters that self-balance, that was designed especially for Saudi Arabia. Because in our culture, many people that never ride any vehicle that require a balance. And that was the solution. The market is huge, globally as $500 billion and locally as $6 million. We always used to hear that people say they wish to buy time. And that's how I see our scooters. Purchase time to spare time, whenever and wherever you go, from pay-as-you-go to subscriptions and packages. Everything from locating the scooters, starting the ride, payment, ending the ride, and all your journey from a mobile application. We have overcome our local, GCC, and global competitor after our first year. So here, from the time we sent the slides until now, let me tell you the update. From 4 million minutes, now we are 6 million minutes. From 300 kilometers, we are 150,000 kilometers. From 800 vehicles to 1,000 vehicles, and many more. We did many partners locally with government sectors, corporate, open streets, local companies, TGA, and many. We worked in Hajj, and we supported 1,200 vehicles in Hajj to solve the problem to move around there. Let me tell you about some of our metrics, from 20 scooters in our first year to 1,000 scooters now, from 20 rides to 1,000 plus rides daily. We have a very experienced team of 50 years plus combined experience that can solve any challenge in the mobility industry. We closed our pre-seed funding round, $1.5 million, with VC backed, and our current funding round is a seed round with $3 million. We already secured 2 of it. And it will be for scalability, fleet, team, marketing, and acquisitions. In a world of chaos, Spiders will be your ease. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Majd. With our last entrepreneur in this accelerator. Please give Creo X a big round of applause and welcome Mohammed Raddadi.
Hello. I'm Mohammed Raddadi, CEO and founder of CreoX. I would like to start by talking a little bit about AI and images. So in the last 12 months, AI has produced more than 15 billion images. To put that in context, humans have spent 150 years to capture that same volume. There's so much adoption when it comes to AI images, and there's something specific that we're very interested in, which is online shopping. The typical experience of online shoppers starts like this. You go online, you search for something, you find some inspirations, and then you find products that you like, and then you buy it. The problem with that it actually takes a little bit of time, especially if you have something really specific that you want to buy, usually gifts. It takes about 61% of people actually spend an average of 3 hours. This problem actually becomes even worse during holidays. Women tend to actually spend a lot more time during holidays. And the problem really is that because we are spending so much time looking at other people's pictures or inspirations. But we are going to change this. We will allow you to talk to AI, input anything you actually want that's in your head. If you have something specific, like a living room that you would like to decorate, just upload that. And within seconds, it will be decorated with products that you actually can buy from the marketplace. And there will be canvases, paintings, anything that you can envision in that image will be available. If you don't like something specific about that experience, you can just tap on it and change it. Again, everything you see in that experience are some products that you can buy from the marketplace. And we have a relationship with vendors that we will take a commission out of each transaction. Just a simple business model, similar to like e-commerce. The team behind this is truly passionate. Abdurrahman and I are both the co-founders. Abdurrahman is an ex-Huawei, he's an excellent negotiator and business deal maker. I myself have been working on startups for the last 17 years, mostly in the US. This is actually my second Saudi startup, and I'm actually very excited. We have a very, very talented team, and we have built an amazing team of advisors that are truly powerful. They advise us from AI to infrastructure. The market we're targeting, we're going after is huge. Just in the MENA region, it's 69 billion. But we're starting with a very small segment, and that's the events and decorations. Thank you, and join us. And please, if you have any questions, let us know. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. With the partnership of Tech Champion Accelerator, we achieved our goal. Please thank with me our partners, Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. Please give them a round of applause. Ministry of Tourism. WAD. Thank you so much for your continuous support. Our entrepreneurs, please come to the stage to take a group photo. And I would like to invite also Abdullah Shamrani, the GM of Code. Lines. our entrepreneur, let's do it 2-line so everyone will be clear in the picture. So if you can lower yourself, that would be great. Or like sit in the floor. Yeah. Yalla, 2-line. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. I had a question before why there are 11 startups, and they told me it's one of the biggest accelerators. So I can tell right now. Thank you. Since we are a full room, we need to bring more excitement to the room and more energy. We need it. It's almost 2 hours left or less. So please, we want a very, very, very warm round of applause for everyone in here. And now, with more fun. Let's start with our Digital Innovation Award. And the main goal of this award is to commercialize universities' digital research project, which is something amazing. And now, please welcome with me to the stage the Digital Innovation Director, Adil Skiri.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Digital Innovation Award final ceremony. Before we start announcing the winners, I would like to give a quick intro about the program. The main goals of Digital Innovation Award is to build digital capability and to develop minimum viable products and contribute to commercialize digital research and promote digital innovation and entrepreneurship across more than 40 universities at the Kingdom. The Digital Innovation Award has 2 main tracks, digital patent and digital research. And from both tracks, we have received more than 2,600 registered applicants. We have supported 40 startups with 500,000 riyal in digital perks through digital boot camps and training programs. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage all the innovators to continue their journey in developing their businesses. Now, I would like to invite the GM of Code to award the winners. Shams, are we ready?
Please welcome with me Abdullah Shamrani. طيب عادل, he told me yesterday, try your best to bring as much as possible energy to the room before announcing the winners. So please show him how much energy we still have. This award worth more than or like around 500,000 Saudi riyal. Let's see the first track. We have the digital patent. Are you ready? Who participated in that track? With our 5th place, winning 20,000 Saudi riyal. Are you ready? Please welcome with me Meta Art Toward Innovation وجود العمودي. تسلم عادل شرفتك. ألف ألف مبروك وجود. Please give her another round of applause. Our fourth place, winning 40,000 Saudi Riyal. Are you ready? Show me. Show me that you're ready. It goes to PV Automatic Cleaning, Mansour Al-Jhani.
مبروك.
ألف ألف مبروك. Our third place winner with 50,000 Saudi Riyal. Show me that you're ready. The magic Kim Badr Al-Qahtani. أسرع أسرع. احنا قاعدين نقول انرجي.
ألف مبروك.
ألف ألف مبروك. Our second place winner with 60,000 Saudi Riyal. Are you ready? Yalla, show me. Please welcome with me for our second place, Qawam Safwan Hamid. ألف ألف مبروك.
تستاهلون والله كل خير، تستاهلون كل خير.
For the first place, winning 80,000 Saudi Riyal. Show me that you're ready to the first place. Still not with a very high energy. It's not for the first place. Show me that you're ready for the first place. This is what I'm talking about. Please welcome with me for our first place winning 80,000 Saudi Riyal, Sekcheb Abdurrahman Al-Aqal. ألف مبروك. Adil and Abdullah, I will ask you to stay with me on the stage, please, for the second track. The second track is the digital research. So, who participated in the digital research? Show me your hands. Look like no one. So, have you participated on the digital research? طيب, let's see right now. Our fifth place winner with 20,000 Saudi Riyal. Show me that you're ready for our fifth place winner. Please give them a round of applause. Please welcome with me, Child Care Iman Al-Hadali. ألف مبروك.
ألف مبروك.
ألف مبروك. Our fourth place winner in the digital research track with 40,000 Saudi Riyal. Please welcome with me on the stage, It's about Mohammed Al-Mahanna. Mabruk. Our third place winner with 50,000 Saudi Riyal. Please welcome with me to the stage. Keep clean KSA with وعود أبو جمعة. ألف مبروك وعود. Keep clean KSA, our third place winner. ألف مبروك. Give her a big round of applause, please. Our second place winner with 60,000 Saudi Riyal. Please welcome to the stage with me, ابني عبد الرحمن العبيد. ألف مبروك. Our second place winner, عبد الرحمن العبيد with 60,000 Saudi Riyal. ألف مبروك عبد الرحمن. Are you ready for the last winner? Show me how much you are ready to the last winner. Our first place winner in the digital research track with 80,000 Saudi Riyal. Please welcome with me to the stage, Sumbul Mahal Barak. Sumbul, first place in the digital research. Alf Mabruk. Congratulations. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Maha, stay with us on the stage, please. Please welcome with me all in the stage all 10 winners to take a group photo. Please welcome them to the stage. Ten winners, 5 in each track, with 500,000 Saudi Riyal. Alf Mabruk and congratulations. or let's do two line. ألف 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 مبروك and congratulations to all winners.
Thank you indeed, and congratulations to all the winners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow us 30 seconds to set up the stage for the next segment. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fireside chat titled Building Sustainability, Profitable Software. And now, please welcome Luke Hochman, Chief Innovation Officer, Applied Framework Incorporation, and Sean Flynn, Principal, Global Capital Markets.
All right, Luke, I'm super excited for this event today, this opportunity to speak to the public here. I have a question for you. You're an LP in a fund. You're a very active angel investor in Silicon Valley. You've sold your own company in the past. You've done so many things, but recently you wrote a book on profit streams. Why write that book? Why now? And could you tell us a little bit more about your background of who you are that I might have missed out that led to writing this book?
Sure. When you look at founders, many of them start as I did. I am an engineer by training. I've got multiple patents. I had worked in the tech space, and I had worked in companies that had been funded. And when I started looking at what was successful, both for the companies I was working in, they all ended up having one thing in common. You actually made a profit. You weren't trying to just get market share. You weren't trying to just raise funds or raise money from investors, but you actually had a path to sustainable profitability. And the reason we wrote the book and the reason we're focusing on profit is we're seeing a shift in Silicon Valley and other investors where they're really looking for, show me the fundamentals. Show me that you can actually make a profit from this business if you want my money.
So to show that profit, I mean, one of the things would have to be having the right price. So if you're a brand new company, I mean, so many companies here, we saw some amazing companies just now on stage. How do they go about kind of figuring out, or is it more of a guess, more of an art, that initial price?
Pricing is so challenging because money is never money for people. Money always includes some form of an emotional connection. And so startup founders, sometimes they have this sense of validation desperation, like I just got to get a sale, so I'll take any price I get. Or they'll choose pricing strategies that are based on, here are my costs. As long as I'm making enough money to cover my costs and my VCs and my investors are happy, I'm good. And what that does is it leaves money on the table. because they're not actually doing the homework to say, this is the value that I'm bringing to my customers, and I'm going to charge for that value. So the common mistakes that people make in pricing are taking whatever price they can get, especially in the B2B market, or simply modeling price based on their costs, as opposed to saying, this is actually the result I'm creating for you, and I'm going to charge for it.
So I'm going to circle back to that, but before then, what happens if, say on day one, they have the wrong price for their product or service? What are the pitfalls?
Yeah, there's a few pitfalls, and I don't want to imply that you can't start your company unless you're perfect, because there's always adjustments in the pricing. But one of the common mistakes that people make, especially in B2B markets, is that you're not going to find a B2B customer going to a website and just clicking through a license agreement. Most B2B customers are going to make some kind of negotiation. And those first customers and those first negotiations can be very challenging, because they're going to try and insert things like a most favored nations clause, or they're going to put in limits on how much you can raise your pricing, or they're going to say things about the support and the service. And those initial contracts can really be problematic for a startup, because they'll often carry through into the future. And those are things to avoid when setting up your initial pricing.
Now, you said something there that I'm not sure many people have heard before or would know, most favored nations. What does that term mean, and what are some other terms that might be red flags that could come up in a contract?
Yeah, most favored nation clause is when you sign a deal with a company and the deal says, we will always get this price or the best price that you're offering to other customers. And it can be very limiting because it removes flexibility in negotiation. There are many reasons why a startup might start with one price for their first customer and actually lower the price for a subsequent customer if there were other considerations in the deal. So what you want to look for as a startup is you want to maximize your negotiation capability in the pricing that you're making.
If you want to maximize your negotiation capabilities, as a startup, do you actually have any of that power to do so?
Startups fall into a trap where they tend to think that they're weaker than they are. And if you looked at some of the startups that we were talking about today, they actually have a solution that's important. And contrary to popular belief, larger companies that are working with startups, they don't really want the startup to fail, because it's really problematic for a large company to start working with a smaller company and have it fail. I found that in my own company when I started making the biggest deals that we were making, deals in excess of $1 million ARR for a single deal with a single company. They didn't want us to fail. They wanted us to be around. And so you want to actually look at the negotiation leverage that you have. You want a fair price, but you also want to go into that negotiation with enough strength about what you're offering to that larger customer, because they don't want you to fail. They want you to stick around.
Are there ideas or suggestions on that negotiation, that contract, that could help the startup or the company with their pricing over time?
A couple of things that are really important for startups is, first, make sure that you get a lawyer or a legal firm or a legal team that actually understands something about software and software pricing and negotiation. We see too many times that even the lawyers that startups hire to help them develop their contracts, they just don't know enough about software as an asset class or as a product class. So it's actually important to invest. And one of the areas for all the companies that I've founded, I've never skimped on my legal team or my legal fees. I've always invested in good legal representation so that even if I'm working with larger companies who have more resources, I'm on an equal footing about how the negotiations work. And that's actually quite important for a startup.
That's interesting. So you're saying by having the right service provider or the right help, you have leverage in these agreements. So I mean, it's a very good idea to invest in maybe a top law firm or accounting firm or that very early on, even if you couldn't afford it, in order to get the right price in so that your company can grow?
Yeah, and the right legal firm, once you've gone through a few of these agreements, you'll start to get the pattern and you'll start to establish the structure. And so subsequent negotiations can take some time, but they're actually easier. The other area in which a startup can gain some strength is your board. If you have an effective board, someone in that board will have had experience in negotiating complex deals. And so you want to make sure that as you're building out your board, you're building a board member, at least one board member who has negotiation experience.
How would you go about asking for that help? I mean, as a founder, wouldn't you be intimidated asking your board to help on early contracts?
I always laugh about, I'm smiling and laughing because I find that when I need help, starting with "I need help" is a magical phrase. And you'd be surprised as a startup founder, how powerful being open and honest about the phrase "I need help." And I led with "I need help" quite a lot. And people are willing to help you if you ask very simply and very directly, "I need help." And I would sometimes put it in the subject line of the emails I would send to my advisors. "I need help negotiating my license with BMW. I need help responding to the security audit from Cisco." And that subject line captures exactly what I need. I'd put it in the email, send it to my advisors, and you'd get help.
So going back, I mean, we are talking about pricing, but so far it sounds like it's only been for software. What about for services or physical products? Is there a difference there?
Well, when you look at where the world is headed, we've got software-enabled solutions, and we define a software-enabled solution as any solution in which software represents a material part of the solution. It could be hardware and embedded systems where you've got a piece of hardware, but the software is making it useful. We saw in the tech showcase, for example, some of the startups, they have sensor technology or they have IoT technology. In terms of the services market, you're seeing humans augmented with software services, sometimes AI, sometimes other elements of software that will enable the human to perform more effectively. So for us, software pricing and licensing includes anything that's a software-enabled solution.
Are there current possible models out there that maybe you found VCs in Silicon Valley too obsessed with?
Yeah, I'm really glad that you asked that. One of the things that we're seeing in the market is we're seeing everyone running towards MRR, or monthly recurring revenue. And there's a big concern that we have at Applied Frameworks about MRR-based models. And I'll give you a really concrete example. One of our relationships is with the VC firm Companion Ventures, and they run their portfolio companies through our growth pricing workshops. One of their portfolio companies is a company called Knowify, and Knowify creates construction management software. When we started working with them, 20% of their new customers were coming in on an annual license. By the time we were done with them, we had more than 60% of their customers coming in on an annual license. Now think about what that does financially. Run the numbers. First, you're pulling in a full year of revenue right up front. So you're changing the amount of cash that you're pulling in. You have to recognize that revenue over time, but you're pulling in cash right up front. More importantly, when you're working in the B2B and B2P markets, and sometimes in the B2C market, when you're doing monthly recurring revenue, you have greater churn, because if people are paying you monthly and you're not producing a result fast enough, they churn away. But if they sign a one-year license, you have enough time to engage in the behavioral and operational changes that are needed to get the value out of that software. So not only did we pull in a significant upfront amount of cash, we were able to significantly reduce their churn because their customers were using the software long enough to see the benefit of the operational changes that were required. And I think that right now we've got too many people in the industry pushing MRR, and I prefer to look at ARR and contract ARR or CARR, how much contracted annual revenue you could have. And then for my own companies, at the last company I started and sold, we tried very hard to get 3-year licenses, not 1 year, but 3-year licenses. We found that was a real sweet spot. And then by the time we went into the negotiation, our software had improved. So going into the negotiation, we were able to increase our price after the term, not decrease our price, because we had enough money so that we could actually justify a higher price through more enhanced functionality.
So question with that pricing model right there. From my understanding, so many VCs and investors love that monthly recurring revenue because it's, okay, it's a month to sign them on. There'll be very short negotiations. People will try it out. An annual contract, wouldn't that negotiation be so lengthy, so time-consuming, it's not possible for companies? Or is this just a fallacy?
No, I concede that many times an annual license, especially in the B2B market, B2B and B2P market, can actually take a fair amount of time. Probably the longest license that I negotiated, it took 18 months with the Austrian Chamber of Commerce. But by using the Austrian Chamber of Commerce as a distribution model, we were able to substantially expand our market share in Europe. Similarly, I mentioned that we had signed a contract with BMW. That took 14 months to negotiate. I'm going to counter with the prize of having that large of a customer and that large of a contract was worth the time it took to negotiate. Now, if you're working with a large client like a BMW, we found that over the course of the negotiation, we were able to pull some of that revenue in through services, and we were actually able to create some license agreements where there was limited use of our software. So I want everyone in the audience who's thinking about these larger or longer term licenses and are a little concerned about the amount of time it's going to take to negotiate, it's a valid concern, but you can be creative in the structuring of the deal, and you can pull revenue in such a way that you're pulling in some of that benefit to both you and to your customer.
Now, you had mentioned going back to them after that 3-year time and being able to negotiate that new contract where it wasn't a discounted price, it was increased because they saw the value. With that, I mean, before maybe 3 years, maybe earlier, when are good times for a company to renegotiate or reevaluate their current pricing model?
Yeah, one of the other problems that startups make is that once they set a price that seems to be working, they don't revisit that model. And the way we think about pricing model changes is what we call triggers. And there are 3 primary triggers for any company out there, not just startups. The first trigger is time. If you haven't looked at your pricing model in the last 6 months and you're a growing company, you're waiting too long. As you're growing, as you're expanding, as you're improving, you need to be looking every 6 months. If you're a more mature company, it should be at least once a year. And even if it's nothing more than inflation adjustments, those are material. The second class of triggers are external triggers, things like regulatory changes or competitive changes in the landscape or supplier changes. And of course, the third class of triggers are your own company's improvements to your software or to your solution. If you are improving your software, and chances are pretty good that you are, then you should look at your pricing model so that you can charge more over time. And again, that ties back to your legal agreements. Even if you're a B2C company, you want to structure your click-through agreements and your legal agreements so that you have the right to adjust your pricing according to market conditions.
Now, one area that might be of real interest for the startups here is so many of the companies here in Saudi Arabia are going to look to expand into other markets. How do you go about thinking of the price model when you've already have it established in one country going into another, especially if those countries may be different economic kind of status?
Yeah, if you think about the complexities of launching a startup in your own country, and then you think about how you might expand globally, it can feel overwhelming. There are two strategies that I have recommended and I have found value in, both in my own career and with the clients I consult with. The first strategy is to keep the prices uniform. Just, this is our price. We don't really negotiate. We don't really adjust it. And here's our price. That can work okay for lower priced items or even in the B2C market. For other negotiations, you need a reference standard. And what we have recommended and what we find useful is the United Nations Human Development Index. And UNHDI adjusted pricing is a fair model because it represents an external standard. Instead of arguing about an opinion, you can use the UNHDI as a reference standard. And it ranks countries around the world based on their economic strength and their economic structure. So you'd find countries like Northern European countries, the United States, Canada, Saudi Arabia, you'd find that they would rank very high on the UNHDI. You would find other countries around the world ranking lower, and it's a way to fairly adjust prices to local conditions. And again, you have to be careful about this because if you're a Saudi-based company and you're serving a global market or you're serving in the B2B market a company that has headquarters but global operations, now you're back into, I think I might want to negotiate that price. You may still allow for some regional differences, but you want to have a global perspective on the pricing.
Now we have about a minute left. Luke, can you share a story of a company that you've worked with?
Well, we talked about Noify. That was one of our customers. Another company that we worked with at Companion Ventures was Fullcast. And they had such a novel solution that using benchmarking data was really hard, and using market research with their customers was really challenging because there was no good reference for the novelty of their solution. So when they came to us, they said, well, how do we price this? I said, well, here's what you're going to do. You're going to pull down the pricing off your web page, and every deal for the first few deals, you're just going to negotiate, and you're just going to keep raising the price 10%. And we're going to use actual negotiations with your customers to calibrate when the price is too high. And it actually worked. It took a little bit of time, but rather than what the founder thought was the price, we were just able to increase the price until customers started saying no, and then we knew what a fair price was.
And Luke, if anyone in our audience wants to learn more about what you're working on, what's the best way to go about doing that?
You can get me on LinkedIn. You can find us at appliedframeworks.com.
Fantastic. And when I'm not moderating panels, I'm the host of the Silicon Valley podcast. Please subscribe. Check it out if you want to find out what's happened in Silicon Valley at all times. And when I'm not doing that, I'm an investment banker focused on mergers, acquisition, and growth capital. And I'd like to thank our audience for taking the time to be present in this panel. So thank everyone.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. So, the last accelerator, our fourth and final accelerator, it's Riyadh Techstars. Welcome with me to the stage again, the Director of Entrepreneurship Enablement, Nasser Al-Kathiri.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, welcome to the second Riyadh Techstar Accelerator. Well, a year ago, we have started the first accelerator, graduating 11 startups from 6 different fields with total investment exceeding 30 million riyal. Building upon this success, us and our partner, Saudi National Bank and Ride Venture, launched the second Riyadh Techstars, graduating 12 startups, enablement in 9 sectors, with creating jobs exceeding 27 jobs, with a total investment exceeding 7 million riyal. I'm really grateful for our partners. Without them, we're not going to launch such program. To give further insight, I'm going to invite my colleague Vijay, the Managing Director of Techstars Riyadh. Vijay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nasser, for the kind introduction. Assalamu alaikum. A good evening. Such a pleasure to be here. Vision 2030 aims to create a thriving economy and a vibrant society and creating opportunities for everyone to succeed. But it takes entrepreneurship that drives innovation and creativity to create new industries, new companies, and new jobs to flourish. I believe we're all here today for one collective task, and that is to identify the best entrepreneurs that can make a difference and identify the most urgent problems that we face today in society, as well as investing in them. What we believe talent is present everywhere around the world, but access to opportunities is not equal. So at Techstars, we want to level the playing field by giving that opportunity and access through a world-class accelerator program where founders can get access to capital, knowledge, and a global network so they have a chance to succeed. And in doing so, we believe that we need to begin by taking risks with founders which have amazing ideas and vision and the ability to execute on those ideas. Here in the kingdom, we have the privilege to partner with some most esteemed entities that Nasser spoke about. And we could not have done without them. So I'm very excited this evening to be presenting to you the next Riyadh Techstars Accelerator Program, the class of 2023. In doing so, I'd like to introduce the team that's behind this specific program: Raj, Saleh, Ahmad, and Shamil. Please give them a round of applause. We've been, as you heard from Nasser, This is a second program. But we've also been very active in the ecosystem doing a number of pre-accelerator programs, what we call the Techstars Founder Catalysts. We've also worked with the Saudi Space Commission on working on the space-specific technologies and digital media across different programs in Al-Hassa, Jeddah, and Riyadh. And there's more to come, which will keep that suspense for the moment. As you can see, globally speaking, we've been the most active investor at pre-seed. In fact, this year in 2023, Techstars is investing close to 700 companies. To put that in perspective, that's 2 companies a day. To give you a sense of some of the numbers that we are impacting ecosystems around the world, we are now building close to 4,000 companies within our portfolio. We have a AUM close to $1 billion. And we have a fantastic network of founders, reaching close to 10,000 founders across the globe. Today, we have 53 accelerator programs, including the one in Riyadh, but across the world, mostly in North America, Asia, Europe, and the Africa. The impact that we're making is quite significant. As you well know, that raising capital at early stage is truly hard work. But we believe by putting founders to an accelerator programs, give them an unparalleled advantage to get access to capital. And you can see this from the results, that in the first 12 months of going through an accelerator program at Techstars, they were able to reach or raise $1 million. At least 80% of them are successful in doing so. We're also proud to say that we've seen over the last 15 years, 400 plus exits. And about 20 companies are now valued in excess of $1 billion, or what you might call unicorns. These companies that are joining our current program here in Riyadh would soon one day have the potential to be a significant size. But it does take many years to mature a company. In fact, if you look at this picture behind me, it speaks about some of the great companies that we've been part of in building through an accelerator program. All of them, literally all of them, came to our program at a stage when it's still 0 to 1, or at ideation, or no product market fit. And then very rapidly, magic happens. And within 7 years, you can see the true valuation that's been realized for many of these companies. I'll take a moment to speak about the journey that a founder goes through at a Techstars program. Typically, within a space of about 4 to 6 months, we're actively sourcing companies, and we are actively engaging with them through interviews and screening of these companies. The key effort that we have is really to select the best founders, not the best ideas. And that's the investment we're making in the ecosystem to allow us to identify the potential of these founders in building the greatest vision of the company that they have. Our job is to give them access to capital, knowledge, and a network. Tonight is the culmination of that 3 months of the program that they go through, which is Demo Day. I would really hope that you would cheer every single one that comes on stage who's worked really, really hard for this night. In this particular program, we've had 12 startups that join our class. They're in 6 sectors: health, education, recycling, quick commerce, to name a few. And they represent from 4 countries. Half the companies in the class are from Saudi Arabia. And the other half are represented from companies from Germany, from the UAE, from Egypt. And what I like particularly about this class is the international mix of founders and the diversity. And specifically, I'm very proud to say that 50% of the CEOs who are leading these companies are female founders. Please give them a round of applause. And I have to say, compared to the previous class that we had 2x the number of applications that subscribe to this particular program, in exceeding 700 applications, a number that we don't typically see. And that just goes to show the appetite that the ecosystem has about companies wanting to join an accelerator to give them a leg up in the venture space. Of course, this also means that the competition is very keen, and the acceptance rate is less than 2%. One of the things that I would just finish off by saying that many of these companies through the 3 months program goes through a very intensive session, as is a mentorship-led program, where they get access to close to about 80 to 100 mentors in the program from all over the world. So it's very global. And that intensity of interaction produces new perspectives that validates or invalidates a hypothesis for many of these companies. And that change, or what we call the mentor magic, happens within the first few weeks of these programs. A lot of you might know about founders. A lot of you may have met them in different perspectives. I guarantee you, when you meet them today, you'll see a noticeable change from where they begin the journey to start the program and where they are today. While it's still early days, many of these companies have already made some impact. Many of them have begun to raise capital, and close to about 8 million SAR has been raised. About 27 jobs have been created from this particular class. And many of the companies that are coming from outside KSA have actually established a presence here, which we are very proud of. This is the class of 2023. I will allow them to speak about themselves rather than myself, but please give them a round of applause for the success of getting into this program and graduating today. Finally, a last word. As an entrepreneur myself, over the last 40 years, we've built 7 different companies. I know just how hard it is to start a company and to scale. And to be part of that journey every single day during the program, working with these founders, I can only get goosebumps listening to their excitement and the trauma that they go through every single day. Today, I'm truly very proud that they will stand here before you and present the best of what they can deliver as entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And let's start with our entrepreneurs. And welcome to the stage with me, Amplify, Dr. Mishari Al-Washmi.
Mic checks. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all for coming here today. Every 20 seconds, someone around the world loses their foot. I've worked with those people. I've seen how they struggle, how their families struggle, and how our healthcare system struggles. It's costing us about $2 billion every single year. The problem is that early detection is missing. If we're able to catch this early, we'll be able to prevent it and save millions of lives as well as limbs. So the best way to predict it early or to find it early is a science called thermology. Thermology is like radiology. Radiologists read X-ray and MRI, while thermologists read thermal images. But there is a big problem. There is not enough thermologists around the world. There is none in Saudi Arabia. So what we did at Amplify, we worked with the best thermologists around the world and digitalized their experience. We also collected the world's largest data set of thermal diabetic foot ulcers. That allowed us to revolutionize thermology and democratize it to make it 30 times faster and 60 times cheaper than traditional thermology. Here is how it works. It's quite simple. We leverage third-party thermal cameras, plug it in the phone, and the patient can come to us or we go to their homes and take a picture of their foot. And our AI will kick in to analyze it to produce this report. It will show the clinician what's the severity level, what can they do to mitigate it, and when do they have to come back for another screening. It's an end-to-end solution for diabetic foot management. What makes us stand out is our focus. We're focused on software as well as early-stage diabetic foot ulcer. In terms of our traction, we have partnered up with the Ministry of Health as well as KAUST to obtain more than $3 million in non-dilutive funding. We also signed up many LOIs with different stakeholders that is worth about $2 million as well in orders. And we've presented about our technology across the whole world. We've completed a clinical trial with King Saud University. In this clinical trial, we've shown that our accuracy in detecting in predicting what a human thermographer would do is about 97.4%. We're also able to detect a difference between healthy and unhealthy patients. In terms of our market, it ranges from $2 billion to $250 billion. That's what's recommended by all of the diabetic associations around the world. They recommend screening every single patient with diabetes at least once a year. And the way to go to market will be able to go through hospitals, clinics, and home care services. But we also are planning to leverage our technology and IB to tackle other conditions, including bed ulcers, sports medicine, and many others. This is the team that's bringing this vision to reality. I've built and exited a medtech company before. Mustafa trained by the godfather of AI and was able to build many innovative AI technologies. Mohammed built many secure systems, and we have other experts in finance, regulatory, as well as research. And we're advised by some of the best diverse advisors in the world that have, similar to the Chief Medical Officer of Salesforce, the founder of the American Academy of Ophthalmology, as well as ministerial advisors. I'm so proud to say that we have collected the world's largest database, and that allows us to go to the market faster than anyone else in the world. We're moving fast because since I started speaking, about 9 people have already lost their foot. So join us on this mission to build something for the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mushari. And now, please welcome with me to the stage, Stry Laurent Swakney.
Hi, everyone. The retail industry in Saudi is expected to reach $180 billion by 2026. What can we do today to double this number? My name is Laurence. I am a retail expert. I started my journey in 2009 as building a retail consulting firm dedicated to push retail performance in several countries. We were leveraging the latest technology, and we reached amazing turnover of $10 million yearly revenue. But it was not enough to support the 600 million people working nowadays in the retail industry. What is the problem? 80% of them consider they are not properly supported and prepared to reach their sales target. Therefore, 67% of them are quitting their job yearly. This continuous cycle of onboarding talent and having nobody fully performing on the retail floor costs to the industry $8 trillion yearly. Our vision, better front lines makes better bottom line. To assist me in this vision, my 2 co-founders, Hugo and David, are retail and technology experts with successful exit. Together, we boost sales with automation. Retailers can use our automatic identification of skills and within a minute have automated support to boost their sales. 7,000 templates in multi-languages. For the frontliners, we boost engagement and performance using AI, gamification, and community. They have the careers they deserve. Our result, 4,000 employees can testify that we increase on average the sales by 50%. Our engagement rate is 92%, double of the market standard. And we do this everything 12 times faster and cheaper than the other solution in the market. We are a B2B SaaS model, and our pricing can support any business size. We have already, without any investment in sales and marketing, reached an amazing amount of 400,000 ARR in 2023. We have 19 clients in Asia and UAE, KSC. They can testify of our result, and we have, and this is only the beginning, we have 1.5 million revenue in the pipeline, and we target a $6 billion market for the MENA region. Our solution can be used without any dedicated skills. Everything is automated, and everything is really focusing on boosting the performance of retailers. So join us today to reshape the retail industry and to open a new world of opportunity for every retailer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our third entrepreneur is Permitech with Ghassan Abdelkader.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Muhammad, a plant owner, working day and night to grow his business. While working on a big contract, he faced a devastating fire. Unfortunately, 12 people lost their lives. 60 days downtime and 180 days of delay in fulfillment. These type of incidents have severe financial implications on companies, reaching to billions. On average, $135,000 the cost per incident, and that's coming from direct and indirect cost. And last year, in Saudi Arabia alone, the magnitude of these incidents is 205 million USD. So companies manage their risk inefficiently, using paper form, manual checklists, leading to prone to human error, leading to poor compliance. Regulator bodies and large enterprise taking a notice of the problem, mandating vendor suppliers to adopt a better health and safety standards. That's why we developed Permitech, a comprehensive safety management solution that predicts emerging risk. And we do it by predicting emerging risk, empowering data-driven decision-making, and protecting workers with actionable insight. At the core of Permitech is a data analytic platform that integrates multiple data points, incident history, connected cameras, and IoT sensors, and send actionable insight in real time. We help companies reduce incident and operational costs. And we do it with a team of experts who has a great track record of building and growing businesses. Gagam Malik has extensive experience in product and technology, worked at Apple and Google. I come from the industry. I know the problem, lived it, know how to solve it. And we are supported by a domain expert from technology, AI, and sales. Unlike our competitors, full integration is our differentiation. And we monetize with B2B SaaS model, and the market is big. 1.1 billion in GCC alone. And we have great potential ahead of us, and we achieve it by product and market enablers. Our journey started with Techstar, from an idea. Since then, we delivered 2 successful pilot projects and 4 strategic partnerships. And we are thrilled to announce by the end of this year launching our beta launch to over 30 prospects. Join us in our mission to save lives and assets. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now, welcome with me to the stage, Sir with Frederick.
Assalamu alaikum and hi to everyone. Small and medium businesses in manufacturing lose $2 billion annually because they're not digitized. My name is Frederick, co-founder of Serpro, and I was working in the past 7 years in manufacturing in various industries in Saudi Arabia and of course in Germany. And like most of you, I thought SMEs are fully digitized in times of AI, but they are not. They are stuck in Stone Age. And this is how a typical manufacturing process looks like for SME manufacturing. They mainly work on paper, engineering knowledge is not recorded, and of course, processes are super complex and take way too long. Now, by introducing our AI-based manufacturing copilot, we will transform the outdated manufacturing industry in KSA and beyond. We started our journey to solve the most pressing need of our customers, manufacturing quotations. Our Serpro AI extracts data from engineering files and legacy system and automates the entire quotation process with just one single click. What before took hours, days, or even weeks is now possible in seconds. And this is just the beginning. Imagine what we can achieve once we leverage the superpower for other services like production planning and inventory management. To tackle this market, we address an $89 billion opportunity globally, where we want to obtain in the MENA region in the next couple of years $1.2 billion. To tackle this market, we already got $1 million potential revenue in our pipeline. We already got accepted in Saudi Arabia's Future Factories program, and of course, we are in discussion with various government entities here in the kingdom to solve this problem. And this is what makes us unique. Currently, there's no software solution on the market that captures all requirements specifically for SMEs. Existing solutions are either too complex, not integrated, or way too expensive. But what really changed the game is our intelligent manufacturing engine, serving as a manufacturing co-pilot to make faster and better decisions than ever before. And this is the manufacturing team of the future. I grew up in the manufacturing industry in Germany and in Europe, and I did numerous Industry 4.0 projects. Sasha, he's our hacker, wizard, and AI expert. Once he was a child, he got immediately a computer instead of a PlayStation. Henrik, his background is from finance and operation, and he exactly knows how to run a successful manufacturing business. Last but not least, our first business angel and also our advisor, Dr. Jan Gudat, who already invested in us, and he has a very well-connected manufacturing ecosystem in the MENA region. So I want to invite you now to reshape the outdated manufacturing industry in KSA and beyond with us together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, please welcome to the stage, Secret Skin with Anisha. Please give Anisha a big round of applause. Secret Skin.
That's another level of wardrobe malfunction. Good evening. My name is Anisha Oberoi, and I'm the CEO and founder of Secret Skin. In the next 3 minutes, I'm going to show you what the future of beauty could look like. But for a moment, stay with me in the present. I want to talk to you about the beauty industry today. The industry today is dirty. Synthetic toxins have been linked to disruptions in fertility, in hormones, sometimes even cancer. Post-COVID, customers have started to become very aware of what they're putting on their bodies and how it's affecting the environment. So in defiance, in 2010, in the US and the UK and Australia, the clean beauty movement was born. What does that mean? That means cleaner formulations, organic ingredients, cruelty-free, pregnancy safe, everything that you could consider that was clean. But for some reason, this wave didn't reach the Middle East. I think you were waiting for me. That's Amira. Amira represents the consumer in the GCC where beauty buying is labor-intensive, cost-prohibitive, and time-consuming. Amira doesn't find anything locally, so the only option she has is to buy from foreign shores. She spends between 50 and 80% in shipping and customs, and she waits 3 weeks to receive the product. No local customer care means trust deficit. So what we did in 2020 is that we built at Secret Skin the region's largest tech-enabled platform for sustainable beauty and wellness. Locally fulfilled, that means you can get it the same day, legally compliant with pricing geoparity. We went one step further to win your trust. We allowed you to make purchase decisions on the basis of your skin type. We incentivized you with a plastic recycling program so that you could make better decisions and be incentivized for pro-environment behavior. We gave you Instagram filters so that you could choose the color of your foundation and your lipstick. We used all this data and flowed it into our subscription and loyalty program. Hot? Very hot. What makes us unique is that we have our finger on the pulse of the next generation of beauty consumer. Secret Skin is where the power of community meets content and commerce. We've been outperforming our competitors since we launched in 2020. Why now? Why here? Because no one spends more on personal care and beauty than anywhere else in the world, where people are already searching for clean beauty ingredients, where there is a huge market and a huge potential to win this $3.2 billion pie, ladies and gentlemen. So we've been sneakily building Secret Skin, growing 15 to 20% every month since we launched, starting from our D2C to our B2B and then B2B2C. We've introduced a new vertical every year, and the community loves us for it. We're the only platform that's had its own Secret Skin Society influencer program, and no, we don't pay our influencers. The media loves us. Everything that you see here, including coverage on CNN, is all organic, and we won a lot of awards. Business model, very simple. From D2C to B2B to B2B2C, we've been working with all the legacy partners that you see on the screen here, and our first in-store goes live in 7 days at Mall of the Emirates at that concept store. Hot? Still getting hot? We're just getting started. We believe that we're going to disrupt the beauty landscape in the MENA region, and we're going to do that by launching into the kingdom in a few months, introducing our private label, already being manufactured in Geneva, and we're going to keep using technology and innovation to grow the voice of sustainable beauty. This is the classical Amazon model, where the co-founder and I met to build fashion and beauty in India and Australia as part of Amazon's founding team. And as you can see, our team, with their industry experience, is perfectly poised to know the journey of a customer shopping digitally. I would like to end here on a personal note. This beautiful story and the genesis of Secret Skin started in a hospital bed 14 years ago when a young girl going through breast cancer refused to die, and she began to dream of a legacy that one day women like herself would trust. Then it was an idea, and today it's a movement, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is my why. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anisha. And now, welcome to the stage, Al-Mater with Adham Mulukhia.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Adham. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Al-Mater. And today, I'm gonna talk about a traditional yet very lucrative industry, the legal industry. Today, I'm gonna talk about one use case. In order to run a successful business in Saudi Arabia, you need to be compliant with 8 governmental platforms. You need to have a healthy relationship with third parties, partners, clients, suppliers, which converts into 10 daily tasks that are not easily navigated. Al-Mater manages your legal task, your company's legal tasks, by subscribing to one of the bundles that suit your legal need. You can enhance and streamline various legal tasks, making them more straightforward. But the problem of the Saudi Arabian legal market as a whole, that the demand is so high compared to the supply, to the number of lawyers available. I want you to imagine, 500 lawyers are supporting 6 million transactions every year, corporate and non-corporate related. That's why we designed a legal software that specifically addresses this problem of shortage of lawyers, allowing us to deliver high standard legal services at scale. We chose to start with corporate legal transactions. So if you have a startup, you can subscribe to our bundle, pay 18,000 riyal per year, and have a big number of legal transactions available to you. And our bundles increase until reaching 180,000 riyals for corporates with over 100 employees. In the last 12 months, 2 million users have used Al-Mater. 35,000 transactions have been accomplished in Egypt. In the first 4 months of operations in Saudi Arabia, we successfully accomplished 320 transactions. Before Al-Mater, I worked as a lawyer in the world's top-ranked law firms for 7 years. So I've experienced the problem that we are solving firsthand. Slim, my co-founder and CTO, is a tech entrepreneur who co-founded 3 startups and already had 1 exit. Our target in 2024 is to accomplish 10,000 corporate legal transactions. The legal industry is still in the Stone Age. We chose to start improving the legal framework of companies. Then you'll expand to other legal sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adham. And now, welcome with me to the stage, Al-Makhfi with Abdurrahman Al-Hudaythi.
Assalamu alaikum. Picture this. The hopes and dreams of 1.5 million high school student depends on a single test. A test that decides if 50% of those brilliant minds will realize their dreams, with 70 to 80% of their future on the edge. That's the reality of the SAT and GAT قدرات التحصيلي exams in Saudi Arabia. It's a race against time, with a few chances to prove yourself. Without standard curriculum for قياس exams, basically, they found themselves in the dark. Combining those issues is the lack of complete tech-enhanced learning solutions. In 2018, I personally faced this struggle battling a concussion and a memory loss. This experience built a solution not just for me, but for many students. I am Abdurrahman, and let me show you how I started this journey. This journey started with a small Telegram group called Al-Makhfi, and grow into a community with more than 2,500,000 students learning each other. And now we have helped more than 1 million students in the shadows. What's Al-Makhfi? Al-Makhfi, it's a community-driven SaaS edtech platform that enables students to reach peak performance in their SAT and GAT exams through smart optimization, advanced AI tools, and peer-to-peer learning. Let me show you how it works. First, we provide more than 20,000 questions in our question bank with smart community solution answers with unique courses, and our AI-driven progress tracking, highlighting student strengths and weaknesses. Then, based on our AI insights, we develop a personalized study plan for each student. We are starting in the Saudi market, targeting 1.5 million students with a huge potential to expand in the MENA region. Our business model is straightforward. For B2C, we offer affordable subscriptions, and B2B, we provide tools to enhance their students' learning. Our numbers speak volume. Since we start monetizing, we have more than 150,000 riyal from 1,000 customers. And for now, we received more than 3 acquisition offers. We are just getting started. Be part of Al-Makhfi inspiration. Be part of Al-Makhfi generation and inspire the education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdurrahman. And now, welcome to the stage, Revent with Balbir Singh.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Baldeep, and today I'm going to speak to you about the most trusted pre-owned electronics destination, Revent. In the last 18 months since our inception, we have served more than 7,000 customers, shipped more than $2.5 million worth of pre-owned electronics products, and saved more than 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions for the planet. It all began in 2019 when I met my co-founder Dhananjay back at Noon.com. Noon had $15 million in returns inventory piled up. We were asked to find a solution to this problem. We not only solved this problem, but we ended up creating a $30 million used product business for them for 3 major markets of MENA, which is UAE, Saudi, and Egypt. While doing so, we were operating 4 supersized warehouses spread over 3 countries, totally dedicated to pre-owned. Not only that, we established retail, marketplace, and offline as sales channels for e-commerce and sold more than 3 million units through those channels. But even after doing all of this, we knew we had barely scratched the surface by then. Let me pause here and ask you a question. Will you ever buy a used smartphone? We asked this question to more than 1,000 online shoppers, and here is what we got. 74% people said that they will buy provided they trust the source. Another 21% people said that they will buy if they are promised an after-service care. 5% people said that they may not buy because they're not comfortable with pre-owned. That means 95% people are willing to try, willing to adopt pre-owned, provided there is trust on source or a promise on after-service care. With this, we had our first task cut out, and that's how Revent was born. We built Revent as that used electronics destination that people can love, people can trust. But you can ask us now, how did you build something as intangible and hard as trust? Well, we took the pain away of traditional pre-owned buying experience with Revent Experience. And Revent Experience is built on TrueCheck and Revent Care. TrueCheck is our proprietary, cloud-based, remote quality check engine through which we can qualify sellers as well as check every inventory for quality before shipping to ensure that the promise made to the customer gets delivered. In case after delivery, the customer still needs support, we have an exceptional and reliable after-service care called Revent Care, which makes it super convenient for any customer to file returns, file warranties, and get instant refunds. And you know what? It works. We have return rates that are better than industry average for new electronics, and our customer ratings are more than 4.5. TrueCheck is at the heart of everything that we do today. With the power of TrueCheck, we can serve a customer wherever the customer is, whether on our platform, our B2C platform, or any other online or offline platform, and in the way the customer wants. Whether the customer wants to sell a pre-owned device, buy one, or lease one, we have the options available. We are addressing a $80 billion global opportunity that's doubling every 4 years. In MENA alone, this opportunity stands at $7 billion, and that's also growing at an impressive CAGR of 15%. We had a phenomenal start so far, with us shipping more than $2.5 million worth of pre-owned electronics products, and us realizing 40% of sales to be coming from Saudi Arabia with just 5 months of our existence here. And the best part, we are profitable at unit level today, and extremely proud about achieving this feat in the first 16 months of our existence. Going a little deeper on our unit economics, at an ASP of $308, we make a net margin of 5.87% on every product that is sold by Revent today. And we are talking about net margins here. In the last 18 months, we have evolved a business model that has largely come from our experience and with a view to serve the customer wherever the customer is and the way the customer wants. We've been able to operate in 3 distinct business lines: B2B, B2C, B2B2C, and in both online and offline formats. And this has evolved. This has led us to generate a very low CAC, a customer acquisition cost, and that has resulted into positive unit economics that we see today. We are uniquely positioned vis-a-vis competition to win in this space because we have a business-to-consumer interface. We have the ability to scale supply while ensuring quality. We are a pre-owned specialist rather than a generalist in our space, and we have an omni-channel capability to top this up. I bring in almost a decade worth of industry leadership experience with the likes of Noon, Walmart, Rocket Internet, and Jabong, to name a few. My last role was on Senior Vice President at Noon.com. Dhananjay, my co-founder, brings in again a decade worth of experience in the region into product marketing, commercial, and operations. His last role was an AVP at noon.com. We are extremely proud to be part of Future 100, a group of companies recognized, awarded by the UAE government as the future of the UAE. That's about us. Join us in building the next generation global e-commerce company. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now, please welcome Flawless with Shayma Al-Ghamdi. Give her a big round of applause.
Good evening. Let's go back in time. How did you feel after your college graduation? Hopefully you felt this, excited, and maybe weeks after the ceremony you started feeling this, confused. And maybe months after the ceremony you started feeling this. You're not the only one. It represents 89% of the post-Saudi graduates. This is Shayma Al-Ghamdi. I'm the founder and CEO of Flawless. In the past 3 years, I worked with governmental entities in training and coaching. And just before I joined the job market, I was surfing the web and social media for detailed career guidance to land my first job. It wasn't easy. It took me weeks of research to skim the Monster Jobs articles, hunt down coaches on LinkedIn to give me hints. The resources available were limited. They suffer from all theory education, no tailored, no localized career guidance, doesn't show you what employers are looking for, nor teach you the secret mindset behind being competitive. Happily, after weeks of research, I was able to build a powerful step-by-step guide on how to land your first job. It didn't stop there. We built up a community on social media for other students to build up a persona and career for success. 300 coaching sessions were booked, 20 plus guides and roadmaps were published, and 7,000 people in the community believed in us. And just like Justin Khan said, don't build up an app, build a solution, then use technology to scale it. Flawless was that solution for the 7,000, and now we're using technology to scale it. We're introducing an online platform that connects students to a personalized career guidance. The user journey is very simple. It starts with a discovery stage, powered by our assessment, that finally generates a career roadmap that fits your needs, and finally connect you with a coaching stage for more tailored advice. We're making this possible by introducing B2C, B2B business model with 50% gross margin across students and SMEs. Our go-to-market plan is very simple. It's a product-led growth with a huge market awareness. And if we look at the market, we notice that the career and education counseling market is rapidly increasing due to competition, peer pressure, and the need to choose the ideal career path. This is made possible with the help of our team. Please meet Flawless team. We excel in HR, technology, and training. We also have a very competitive advisory board with a background in EdTech, psychology, and HR. Our vision is to enable youth in the region to make them globally and locally competitive. So please join us to empower the upcoming generation with Flawless. Thank you.
And with our last entrepreneur, اثنين with محمد الشيخ.
Okay, so we're the last startup for today, I hope. We're Ethnain. This Ethnain's journey started about 14 years ago. My co-founder, Maha, was diagnosed with diabetes, which for her started a 2-year journey of inability to understand or control her disease. She couldn't rely on her doctors. They were just too busy to give her anything more than 15 minutes every 3 months. And online, the information she found was just way too generic. This problem is faced by 15% of the global population and more than 5 million Saudis. It is 60% of all healthcare spending, and these people are 10 years, their life expectancy is 10 years shorter than average. We believe this problem is mainly because of the difference between the medical and scientific consensus and the practice that happens in the hospital. This is why we started our platform by aligning the patient journey with the hospital, where we help the hospital increase their revenue and improve their patient satisfaction through our one-on-one personalized coaching platform, where we connect patients with Ithnain, with a personalized coach. That coach comes from a diverse background to solve each individual patient's problem with accordance with the doctor prescription or the problems that they're facing. We build custom packages for our partners, where these packages vary. On average, we give 7 sessions per month per patient, and we do revenue sharing with our coaches, where we take 35% and we give them the rest. We've been tripling every quarter since starting our subscription model. Just at the beginning of this quarter, we hit a milestone of 150,000 monthly recurring revenue, and we're contracted to do more than $500,000 in monthly revenue starting Q2 2024. This approach, going directly to clinics, makes it really easy for us to reach our customers where they first get diagnosed and where they're at their highest need through our current clinics. This also makes it really easy for us to start expanding our service outside of diabetes and obesity, where we've already started our first obesity clinic and our first heart disease clinic, and we're launching all of them hopefully in the beginning of next year. Ithnain's growth has been mainly caused because of our understanding of the customer journey that comes from my co-founder Maha, and also from our experience in product development, financial fundraising, and also technically with both of my co-founders Mshari and Abdullah respectively. We've been very lucky to have a lot of love and support from our patients, and they've been the main reason for our growth. They've been the main reason for our ability to partner with a lot of our clinics. These are some of their reviews, and we'd love for you guys to join us in our journey of growing and changing the healthcare industry with Ithnain. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. First of all, I apologize about my voice. It's out of control. But as usual, with only strong partnership, we can reach our aims and dreams. Thank you so much for our partner in this accelerator, Saudi National Bank and Ra'ed Venture. Please give them a big round of applause. Our entrepreneurs, I would like to invite you here on the stage to take a group photo. that we will play an instrumental role in driving the growth and development in our economy. Thank you for being with us here today. Thank you for your contribution and support. Thank you for making this day happen. TechXpand beyond boundaries. Thank you so much.